much. Start of a new beautiful day. I was hijacked by a friend of mine, and so I came wearing slippers, and I thought that I must be the one leading the section. So today we've got three. This morning we've got three presenters in this panel. Panel F on independence and power. We propose to begin in this way. We can begin with Siraj, maybe before they get power cuts there where they are. Maybe. And then we will get to Fabio. And lastly, Yusuf. I would propose that my colleagues will come to the front if they don't mind. Okay, they are somewhere already. But we want to be seeing you appearing on our screen there. Yusuf, are you getting closer to ready?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. What we would do is that each of the speakers has an allocation of 30 minutes, no more. You can, of course, have less, but you can't have more than 30 minutes. Siraj, are you available and ready for us this morning? Siraj, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, and I am ready for you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll begin with Siraj on biography and the post-apartheid heritage complex in South Africa. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me express my appreciation to Carlos, to Livio, to all the colleagues involved in bringing us together. And I apologize that at this time it was not possible for me to travel to Maputo. And listening to the presentations over the last 2 days has made me alter my presentation somewhat. My paper information is available. I sent it very late, but it was submitted. And in changing the paper somewhat, I'm going back to work that I've been doing for quite some time about trying to rethink biography and liberation movements, trying to rethink, to move away from the project of biography being an empirical project of finding sources to discover the narrative and to discover the turning points and the major events of person formation, rather to address biography through the idea of thinking about the history of a biography itself. So my paper is drawn from a project that seeks to rethink the conventions of South African political biography that have produced and continue to produce heroic lives of leaders of formal political formations and liberation movements through the story of an incremental chain of consciousness and person formation. I have attempted to approach the individual and biography more through questions of narrative and the relationship between subjects and discursive practices. I have tried to understand the complex relationship between life and narrative, the dialogue between biographical processes and autobiographical traces, and the narrative worlds of institutions such as political formations which have given rise to what I call storied lives. Let's just get rid of some of the noises. I think they're at the front table. We have some. So this I do through studying. I've done this through studying the political and love relationship between non-European unity movement leader, author, and activist Isaac Pangani Tabata, and literary critic and novelist Dora Taylor. And this, I argue, was an instance of mutually constitutive biographical relations. This idea of biographical relations is something that I introduce. I also, along with other scholars, want to disturb the neat distinction that we sometimes make between biography and autobiography by suggesting that these two often occur together, and I make an argument for what I think should be called auto/biography. Here I draw upon David William Cohen's approach to the production of history to present a case for examining processes of biographic production with attention to biographical relations and to an understanding of conditions of biographical production. It is critical to understand different forms of biographical mediation, as well as the uses to which biographies have been put. It is necessary to appreciate. Okay, I'm getting people are talking. Can you're not able to hear me any longer? I hear Livio's voice. I hear other voices.
No, we're not talking.
There's someone is talking. Chapane is talking, so he must mute.
Perhaps you should.
Am I the host?
Could you maybe put your video off so that the data could assist us in the process? There might be maybe you are breaking.
Okay, but Chapane Mutua is also making a noise while I'm talking. So. Okay, let me go back to where I was. It is critical to understand different forms of biographical mediation, as well as the uses to which biographies have been put. It is necessary to appreciate the existence of multiple and contending biographical narrations, as well as different genres, mediums, and formats in which biographic narratives have been produced. And it is the genealogies of these biographic productions that need to be understood, including their continuities and narrative ruptures. Within these frames, I have argued that Isaac Pangani Tabata's biography underwent a transition from biographic denial or disavowal and a stress on collective leadership within the safety of the collective to a biographic narration under conditions of repression. This process, this transition culminated in the embrace of biography. Earlier there was the denial. Now there was the embrace of biography as an element of a politics of presidentialism, in which Tabata's biography became a means of projecting the unity movement in exile. And you were inducted into the movement through Tabata's biography. While this transition from collectivity and reticence to individuation and biography was evident in photographic images, it was also Tabata's work of writing and authorship, characterized by a process of individuation, which constituted a biographic threshold. So in the 1940s, when this movement was being built in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape, particularly, the comradeship and the collectivity and the new movements that were being created that described themselves as being on the new road was based on a disavowal of individual leadership. And they also rejected the idea of being photographed. So you do not find, very rare to find photographs of Tabata and his comrades that come from the 1940s. But by the end of the 1950s and the beginning of the 1960s, especially when the section of the movement went into exile, and under conditions of needing to make a case to the Liberation Committee of the Organization of African Unity, the biography became a means of political organization and a means of projecting your movement. In addition to this, in the 1940s and beginning of the 1950s, much of the writing that was done under a pseudonym. Tabata used different pseudonyms for his writing. All the work was done anonymously. The disavowal of authorship initially slowly gave rise to an embrace of authorship. And I argue that writing and authorship itself was characterized by a process of individuation and indeed constituted a threshold into which biography was embraced. The most significant relationship through which Tabata became a writer and author was that with Dora Taylor. This was also the relationship through which Tabata acquired a biography. Indeed, it can be argued that it was Dora Taylor who was the primary author of Tabata's biographic narrative. The noise is getting really loud now. I think someone needs to... Okay, was that in the room? Okay, let me carry on. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. The most significant relationship through which Tabata became a writer and author was that with Dora Taylor. This was the relationship through which Tabata acquired a biography. Indeed, it can be argued that it was Dora Taylor who was the primary author of Tabata's biographic narrative. Tabata's complex relationship with Dora Taylor of mutuality, devotion, and desire over a period of 40 years unfolded in a borderland between the public and the private domains. It was a secret and underground relationship that spanned assistance with political agitation through writing and incorporated mutual cultural interests and inevitably a love relationship. In return, Tabata supported Taylor's efforts at literary and historical writing and assisted in the attempts to have these published. what began as a working relationship of party members grew into a vital intellectual and emotional partnership, which went through different phases in South Africa and overseas, and lasted until Taylor's death in England in the mid-1970s. And it was out of a relationship of utter devotion and selflessness that Dora Taylor produced the biographic narrations of Tabata that fed a politics of presidentialism. And perhaps the most significant biographical tribute to Tabata that Taylor constructed was the archival collection that entered the University of Cape Town from 1989. Now, I was very fortunate in this work that I did on the relationship between Tabata and Taylor and how this marked the transition from selflessness and biographic denial to embrace a later embrace of biography by having access to diaries, having access to records. Indeed, you cannot but notice how strong the imprint of Dora Taylor is in the constitution and in the character of the Tabata archival collection. And one of the most important characteristics is how Tabata's public partner, who by the time they went into exile in Zimbabwe was described as his wife, Jane Gould, was written out of that relationship. And in thinking about and realizing through their correspondence, through their diary entries, through the utter joy that they experienced when they were together, when they traveled together, I had to ask myself about the possible monogamist framework in which I was trying to think about Tabata's life, and had to kind of move outside of that monogamism in thinking about the complexities of the ways in which these activists led their lives. And it was this framework of biographical relations, of biographical production and biographical contestation that I also then tried to apply to thinking about Mandela. And in doing so, I've also tried to work with a number of concepts. So one of the concepts that I work with is the idea of a biographic order, which is much like an exhibitionary complex, something that is a structure of authority that you can understand, in which I now argue that the memorial complex in South Africa is marked by a biographic order. This idea of the heroic figure who stands at the apex of the society and the nation and is the guarantor of the nation's future, as he is also deemed to represent the nation's past. And nowhere was the preoccupation with biography and the attributes of political leadership as a mode of understanding the past in the new South Africa so acute as in the case of Nelson Mandela. And you will know about the scramble for Mandela's life, as biographies in virtually every medium was produced during the 1990s and onwards. Having acquired near messianic status during his imprisonment, it was the cultural production of the messianic Mandela that became a fundamental feature of South Africa after his release. And so older biographic studies have been driven by the need to discover the origins and the foundations of leadership and greatness, arguing, for instance, that these characteristics emerged during his imprisonment on Robben Island. So Anthony Sampson has argued that it was prison that transformed Mandela from raw revolutionary into a consummate statesman dedicated to reconciliation. Rob Nixon's early work on the Messianic Mandela as a cultural production is important, and some of the keenest research has sought to understand the production of Mandela's personality, his style, and his influence. And these qualities, according to Tom Lodge, were shaped by the structured world of courtroom procedure, molded by self-consciously planned, scripted acts of performance, combining emotional self-sufficiency, social grace, and an imposing appearance and elite status to create an unusual assurance about his destiny as a leader and a sense of power. His childhood upbringing in highly institutionalized settings not only made him absorb principles of etiquette and chivalry that were reinforced by a sophisticated literary culture that fused heroic African oral traditions with Victorian concepts of honor, propriety, and virtue, but it also gave him emotional self-control. Mandela embodied a glamour and a style, Lodge says, that projected visually a brave new African world of modernity and freedom. Around the time of Mandela's death, attention to leadership and style became amplified, with a range of academic and public projects that sought to appreciate his image, his meaning, books called The Meaning of Mandela, and his legacy, even from different disciplinary perspectives. So Zolane Ngwane has studied a key moment in the history of Mandela's symbolic self-production in his 1962 trial for having left South Africa illegally and for having allegedly incited a stay-away. During this trial, Mandela entered the court in dramatic fashion, wearing Tembu royal attire made of beads and leopard skin. And Ngwane argues that in this moment, Mandela's body became the dominant icon, decentering the conventions of South African courts of law with an affected ritual elaboration and providing a mnemonic device for oral reconstructions of that event for many years to come. In the process, Mandela became both the embodiment of the struggle and a vicarious sacrifice for it. So, literary scholar Rita Barnard has suggested that Mandela was just modern, a product of the 20th century's global complexity as an era of a racially incomplete and uneven modernity. Deborah Posel has analyzed the discourse of magic and miracle in the constitution of the extraordinary persona and presence of Mandela. He understood the prophetic qualities of that persona, whose authority derived from his self-presentation as one who served, whose power was popularly mandated, and who refused deification as an elevated colossus. And it was also striking the extent to which the making of the mythic Mandela was the product of a national and an international consensus. And there's also work done, some thought given to the kind of what's called the Santa Clausification of Mandela, fridge magnets, Mandela shirts, Mandela sportswear. But one of our colleagues at UWC, Suren Pillay, has provided a thoughtful analysis of the contested meanings and legacies of Mandela after his death. Pillay had noticed the presence of what he called two soundtracks at Cape Town Stadium, where people went to mourn Mandela. two soundtracks, sometimes in discordant cacophony, with the official event governed by the restriction of protocol that sought to project a method of mourning devoid of politics. The music from the podium contrasted and conflicted sharply with the constant singing and faint humming from the stands that expressed itself as sometimes rising and bursting through. Sometimes this crowd singing was uncontainable and irrepressible in the face of stern remonstrations from the podium. The comrades had splintered into scattered generations with diverse fates that now include both the beneficiaries and the losers, the unemployed and the new business elite, the party officials, the parliamentarians, the bureaucrats, and also the most vocal critical dissidents and leaders of new social movement. For Pillay, there was an unnamed sense of incompleteness and a ritual of mourning and celebration that many South Africans still need to have for Mandela. And there was the ritual of burying a comrade. This occasion would be a place and time where the songs that were erupting from the crowd would be taken up and sung from the podium, and it would also restore Mandela to his place within a political community. So what I then suggest is that beyond merely analyzing Mandela's leadership, legacy, image, and myth, it is necessary to understand the history of Mandela's auto/biography, when the narrative was inaugurated, how it was shaped and crafted, when it has been deployed and re-narrated, and even how it has been contested and defended. And so the questions about the cultural production of Mandela's life through the medium of biography, which involve different kinds of biographic activity and different forms of biographic mediation. These are processes and questions that need to be understood about the relations of cultural production involved and the intervention of experts and assistants, promoters, publicists, and image makers in biographical processes through which Mandela's life history has been produced over time, such as the co-authorship work of Richard Stengel in Long Walk to Freedom. But then I go on in looking through this genealogy of the intercession of the International Defense and Aid Fund, the successor to the Treason Trial Defense Fund, of the production of certain kinds of biographies, of the work that has, the work of biographic maintenance that has happened through the Nelson Mandela Foundation, that originally was mostly about the management of the Mandela brand, but later became a project of what I call biographic maintenance, of turning Mandela's biography into a project of service as a legacy and resource for human rights work, dialogue, and social advocacy. As Mandela's biography came to be contested between and amongst the movement, the family, the nation, and the foundation. And then I look at, just in the last few minutes available to me, a very interesting case of a struggle over, a biographic struggle over the meaning of Mandela and the narrative of Mandela's life that arose through an exhibition that took place then named Grahamstown, by the artist Simon Gush, an exhibition called Red, which was first put on display at the Goethe Institute in Johannesburg, and that involved a focus on the Mercedes-Benz that was made for Mandela as a labor of love, as immediately after his release from prison, and how the events of the production of this Mercedes-Benz for Mandela have been remembered and contested by the workers and by Mercedes-Benz company itself, that sought to create a Mercedes-Benz Mandela reconciliation narrative in a film that was widely distributed by them. And Gush's installation was, I've argued, really constituted not just an inquiry, but almost an autopsy into Mandela, and in which he put on display disassembled body parts of a replica of this red Mercedes-Benz, alongside recreated material that would have been used to produce the upholstery of the car, because as soon after the events of this Mercedes-Benz being given to Mandela as a gift, the workers went on strike at the Mercedes-Benz plant. And so Gush also included in this display a focus on the factory in which the strike took place. So the doorless, bootless, bonnetless body of the car was placed upon a stand and was surrounded by mounted doors, boot and bonnet, replete with faux radiator and spring-loaded movable Mercedes-Benz star.
Siraj, I will give you 3 more minutes to finalize. I take into cognizance the fact that there were some breaks in your presentation. So you got about 3 to 4 more minutes to finalize this.
Thank you. Thank you. So I make a whole series of arguments about what happened through this exhibition, Red, where Simon Gush paid homage to the East London Mercedes-Benz workers, both the strikers and the non-strikers. The exhibition was an assembly of affect and joy that was congealed in the physical materiality of the red Mercedes-Benz that was given to Mandela. When it was made and handed over, the vehicle had been genericized and typologized and personalized through design, cultural ceremony, and affective relations on the factory floor. It may have belonged to a particular series of S-Class Mercedes-Benz vehicles, but it was by far the best one ever made. Assembled by love, it had been individuated and made into a permanent association with Mandela, albeit the absent leader and pater familias, en route to being a statesman and president. But as much as it represented love, for Gush, it also represented labor. Red indeed was about labor, history, and Mandela. With the car displayed as individuated body parts, surrounded by imaginatively reconstructed strike uniforms and sleeping beds, the exhibition was like a forensic inquiry into the meaning of work and to the experience of a strike. This was indeed the work of a revolution. Mandela's Mercedes-Benz became an artifact of labor history, and for Simon Gush, this was a more appropriate way to understand the meaning of Mandela. So I do have a section of my paper, which I don't have time to get into, in which I go into work that occupies most of my time nowadays on the history of human remains, collecting the remains of ancestors that are in museums, making arguments for restitution, and how I realized that this is also this work of rehumanization of the artifactualized remains of ancestors, return through a process of rehumanization, also involves the work of biography. And I want to suggest that, without having the time to go into it, I've suggested that that work of rehumanization represents an approach to biography that departs from the biographic order. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Right. Thank you so much, Siraj. We will move on to the second presenter, Fabio, who is going to talk about the leaders and the led, a gendered approach to biography, prosopography, and the social history of independence in Angola for 30 minutes as well.
Well, I would like to start by thanking the organizers of this symposium for the opportunity to be here and to participate in such fruitful discussions, and also for getting finally in Mozambique for being here. I hope it's the first time of many. And then I will have to confess that I will not deliver exactly where I promised in the title and the abstract I sent you many months ago. I have managed so far to get more or less the task of what I had first expected. So please have in mind that this is a work in progress and the precise meaning of these words. I hope I will get to the finish, to the end of that eventually. So what I intend to do in this half an hour is basically to present the historical context of what we may or may not call the Angolan liberation street. I will try to establish the place of conscious manipulations of history in this process, as well as how it led to strong biographical bias and social memory. I will also propose a reflection on how leaders and the leadership relate to the social groups that form their supporting bases. At this point, the plan was to dive into historiography to see how professional historians dealt with this mess, moving from biography to prosopography or collective biography to social history with a special focus on gender. But this I will have to save for the final version of the paper. Well, in Angola, remembering the road to independence and its aftermath has been marked by social and political tensions, reflected in heated debates over who should be awarded the role of heroes and who should be despised as traitors. This is, of course, something that might be said of almost all the young countries around the globe. What makes Angola interesting is the intensity, the ubiquity, and significance of fragmentation trends as a structural feature of the nationalist field. Here I take parenthesis to say that I understand nationalism as a historical process rather than a sociological concept. In other words, I don't think that we have to determine any operational definition of nation before we proceed. Of course, as Colin Darch has noted yesterday, nation, liberation, and independence are three interconnected and overlapping concepts that relate in different ways in different circumstances. I will go further and say that this three-way relationship is subject to shifts even when we are looking at a particular case, as we will do now with Angola. In other words, the contents people attribute to nation or liberation or independence fluctuate according to social contradictions and political action. But let's get some empirical material so we can go forward. At the turn of the 60s, a myriad of organizations were active in Angola and just beyond its borders, with some sort of stake in the nationalist challenge against the continuity of Portuguese rule. Some were older, mutualistic, or ethnic-basic associations, which sought to sail the winds of change blowing over the continent in order to advance particular agendas. Younger associates tended to favor a bolder stance over the cautious reformism of their elders, but led sometimes to splits and confusion. They were present mostly in rural areas, but also in Congolese towns home to substantial immigrated communities. There were also a host of small, short-lived, loosely organized, many times overlapping clandestine cells doing some variety of agitation and propaganda. This clandestine web operated mainly through specific social circles within Angolan larger towns, the peripheral neighborhoods, and the rural surroundings. And of course, there were a smaller number of organizations, often working from exile, that envisaged the leading role for themselves, claimed to represent the whole of the Angolan population, demanding political independence under their own guidance. By 1965, most of these groupings had coalesced under the lead of two organizations: the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, and the National Front for the Liberation of Angola, FNLA, formerly the Union of Angolan Populations, or UFBA. Soon after, FNLA breakaway officials created a third major nationalist organization, the National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, or UNITA. All the way to independence in 1975, all along the ensuing civil war from 1976 to 2002, and in more recent times, within the framework of multi-party electoral politics, these three organizations have fiercely and bitterly disputed the right to represent the whole of the Angolan people. Ethnicity, race, theological leanings, religious affiliation, social strategy, level of schooling, rural or urban family background, cultural distance to colonial lifestyles, the uneven penetration of colonial economy and administration all played an important role in building, constraining, and orienting convergent and divergent forces that affected the flow of internal social support to the different nationalist movements. These factors also framed the way the organizations represented themselves, addressed their potential supporters, and assailed their rivals. FNLA, for example, pointed to the presence of mixed-race cadres within the MPLA governing bodies to imply a lack of legitimacy. As the party of the settler sons, the organization will be compromised with vested interests and will not be able to represent the overwhelming Black African rural majority. The MPLA fought back, pointing to the origins of the FNLA within the Bakongo and its mostly Congo leadership to denounce its tribalism. The organization would only work for fellow tribesmen and would act to ensure their preeminence over all other ethnic groups, as well as urban, detribalized Angolans. I'm using the words used then. UNITA repeated both MPLA's and FNLA's accusation, additionally depicting these organizations' leaders as intellectuals who spent too much time in colonial cities and foreign lands, unfamiliar with genuine, deeper Angola. Thus, their political projects would be molded more by the worldviews of their respective Cold War international supporters than by the needs and aspirations of Angolan people. Two relevant features should be stressed at this point. First, this game of legitimacy and illegitimacy was built upon social categories pertaining to different intersecting colonial hierarchies, but at the same time, they challenged the rules used to evaluate the relative positions of each category in each hierarchy axis. For example, valuing being Black or rural or unschooled. However, it tended to be embodied in the public figure of the individual leaders. In other words, the main leaders of each of these movements were symbolically constructed as a metonym to the very social categories both reinforced and challenged by the ongoing legitimacy struggle. Their charisma was part of the game, adding or removing value to particular social capitals involved in the exchange of accusations and counter-accusations. Second, and partially because of the first, there was a persistent tendency to conflate the leaders and the movements they led. So we tend to see as individual traits and acts what are in fact social configurations and processes. Moreover, we tend to conceive organizations as an expression of the individual exceptional character of your leaders. This clouds the very nature of these movements that might be better understood as uneasy and uneven coalitions of many distinct social groups, sensibilities, perspectives, and agendas, always hanging in dynamic balance. This also clouds the differences between each of the movement's leadership and its multifarious bases and the essentially dynamic condition of this relationship. These 2 points may help us to understand why, even among the winners, a host of participants have struggled to tackle the narrative regarding their own role and its significance within the larger picture. Some of them are universally recognized as first-rate characters, though the moral evaluation of the roles each played varies widely. There are many who are perceived of as more modest but yet important actors, while others have received disparate assessments. The hierarchy of leading characters is complex and far from essential. As the winners, of course, I'm talking about them. The MPLA appeared in January 1960 and initially operated as a network of cadres. More participation in the decision-making process and attributed the shortcomings of the liberation war to the leaders' authoritarianism and inefficiency. The Eastern Revolt was the expression of resentment by rural guerrilla fighters from southern, eastern, and central Angola against their mostly urban northern commanders who were not able or not willing to build bridges over the social cultural gaps between both groups. These people found military leaders on the rise to represent them politically within the MPLA higher ranks. The active revolt, on its turn, was a coalition of sideline and first-generation political leaders and younger middle-rank intellectual or military personnel, many of them recently returned from training in socialist countries. Around and soon after independence, when the movement morphed into a mass socialist party and enlisted large numbers of the urban population, yet more variegated set of social sensibilities and political agendas became part of the game. Building upon brief self-organizing experiences in neighborhoods, workplaces, and schools during the dissolution of colonial order, some evolved into semi-legal or clandestine groups trying to infiltrate the MPLA to advance mostly youth middle-class renderings of leftist revolutionary perspectives. Also, an internal faction formed, articulating students, young workers in peripheral neighborhoods, and emerging party officials, and tried to seize power. All these crises were ultimately resolved by the removal of dissenting elements, sometimes to be later reintegrated, but most often permanently excluded. This was coupled with reinforcement of the movement's power structure through greater bureaucratization under the moral personal authority of its president. The links between history writing and the struggle for hegemony are particularly strong in the Angolan setting, and were an early feature of the nationalist field. As Christine Messiaen keenly observed many years ago, anteriority and interiority were two major arguments to be made by the competing nationalist movements to assert their legitimate claims. Each organization tried to prove that they were there, working inside Angola, and that they were there first. This led to a full spectrum of reinventions of history, from plain falsification to games of silencing, distorting, and appropriating facts, peoples, and roles. The most striking case revolves around the date and place of creation of the MPLA. Another major argument to be made was, of course, the identity between the nationalist movement and the Angolan people. In fact, who should be left out and who should be counted as a legitimate part of this imagined community, and in which terms varied also widely. These shifts can be linked to the shifting values of the many symbolic capitals in play: race, ethnicity, gender, religious affiliation, schooling, family background, city or rural origin, and so on. And this problem of the alleged correspondence between who comprised the movement and who comprised the people unfolded in a similar internal manner as the social contents of the various hierarchic levels of each movement, from the presidency and the central committee down to the supporting bases, greatly differed. At this point, a third note must be made. It's important to observe that the composition of established leadership as a collective actor was in a process of continuous change to cope with emerging demands. It doesn't matter that the person of the leader as an individual remained always the same. So under a supposedly stable leadership, many changes could happen at many different moments. Demands from below were often conveyed by emerging second-rank leaders who usually shared some particular social capital with their constituencies. They might come from the same region in the country or from the same church, speak the same or closely related the tongue, and so on. They would rise in the movement hierarchy by educational, managerial, technical, or military skills demonstrated during daily tasks in the maquis or acquired in training programs abroad. Their ascent somewhat jolted the status quo, but at the same time was a necessity, as the nationalist movements had to convince the people and its diversity. In any case, the emphasis on the individual acts and traits remained, clouding the social contents of the prizes, splits, and reshuffles in leadership circles. These movements tended to be viewed as the result of the leader's moral flaws or personality conflicts. In the same way, changes in the movement's public position about something were usually interpreted as changes in the leader's political strategies or worldviews. It would be probably more interesting to understand official discourses as a kind of resultant vector of many interactive forces, and not as occurrences. In this context, more than reflecting the most intimate thoughts and feelings, the leader's words might have the function of reinforcing certain traits, countering others, or establishing the possible consensus on a given issue. But let's go back once again. Once installed as a new government in 1975, the MPLA rushed to build state capacity and at the same time obtain a certain level of hegemony in the context of a multidimensional crisis, as a huge part of national territory remained under control of the rival nationalist movements, and the months leading to independence had watched an almost complete disruption of activity, both in cities and the countryside. The main ideological weapon deployed then was the new man, a role model for citizenship fashioner, a patriotic, unselfish, scientific-minded, disciplined, community-oriented hard worker, exempt from consumerism, individualism, racism, tribalism, journalism, and superstition. This general model was replicated in a range of social persona: the student, the woman, factory worker, peasant, the combatant, the revolutionary artist, and so on, each associated with a particular set of moral qualities used to grant or deny ordinary people the right to participate in the making of independent Angola. Interestingly enough, each of the social persona was attributed a patron, some dead, heroic figure whose moral qualities people should emulate in their daily social interactions in order to build a new nation. It goes without saying that historical invention, silencing, and selection played a huge part in the carving of these patrons. In parallel, history classes in a quickly expanding basic schooling system reinforced the identity between the nation and the governing party, expressed in the motto, the MPLA is the people, and the people is the MPLA. Angolan history was portrayed as a centuries-long preparation for the advent of the movement which gave birth to the nation. Of course, this enshrined all sorts of manipulation of history the MPLA had previously resorted to as official national history. The transition to a multi-party system in 1992 broke the monophonic nature of the public debate, as the former rebels turned political parties and had a chance to openly present their own versions of what had been happening since the beginning of the Liberation War. However, as the MPLA continued to control the state apparatus, for example, public media, school curricula, and internal security agencies very sensitive to any hint of subversion, this debate remained quite unbalanced, especially because UNITA's main leader drove part of the militants back to the woods and restarted the war after losing the presidential vote. In time, and particularly after the end of the war in 2002, the space for dissent widened, coming to include even the victims of political repression in the first years after independence. The individual exceptional bias, however, still prevailed. Official accounts pushed along public schools and mass media, published memoirs and testimonials, investigative journalism, collected books celebrating passed away nationalists, labels denouncing the misdeeds of sacred cows, all were entangled in and contributed to moral assessments of individual leaders, be they heroes or villains, in any given rendering of the recent past that was mythographically framed between the epic and the tragic. The making of professional history by Angolans and foreigners alike has been deeply constrained by these moral concerns and by the ongoing struggle to control public history in a local context of restricted access to written and oral sources, and of a low level of institutionalization of research as well as archives. First attempts to write comprehensive appraisals of the process around independence had to deal with a forest of conflicting accounts, plain falsification, true dogma, and oppressive taboos, in such an extent that they were very much grounded to the basic tasks of establishing factual sequences and the corresponding impairment of interpretative density. It's not that they did not try, they were just so much busy in trying to discover what really happened that most of the pages were devoted to this. Two of these early attempts by Jean-Michel Babet-Coutali and Marcelo Bittencourt deserve special consideration. Both were the result of doctoral researches conducted in France and Brazil during the 90s and were published in Luanda in the 2000s. It's interesting that most of these researches have been conducted outside of Angola, but from the turn of the century, they have been published inside the country. The first one by Tali is called "Dissent and State Power, the MPLA Facing Itself," was defended in 1996 in France and published in 2001 by New Zealand in 2 volumes. Bittencourt's work, "We Are Together, the MPLA and the Anti-Colonial Struggle," was finished in 2002 in Brazil and published also as a 2-volume book by Quilombe Luanda in 2008. Both focused on the history of the prevailing nationalist organization. These authors tried to balance a biographic stance that proved inevitable with regard for more collective actors, sliding into prosopography in a bid to construct more significant understandings. More recent contributions have sought to move into a more social history, sometimes taken as its starting point a prosopography of musicians or intellectuals, aid workers, middle cadres, or female guerrilla fighters. The place of women in particular has been brought center stage along with the critique of the gendered nature of nationalist discourse and with inquiries into putative and actual gender roles in domestic as well as public space, within family, the church, grassroots activism, Maquis, rural kinship groups, the formal labor market in major cities, party and its mass organizations, government, and so on. We're planning to do the next weeks or months, this is where I got to. What I plan to do in the second part of this paper, that is to discuss the relation of professional history and the contested field of social memory about independence in Angola, considering the spectrum of historical modes of writing that goes from biography to prosopography to social history, in contrast to an encompassing, diffuse, and disputed mythographic field that draws upon the extraordinary nature of the years, as well as their metaphorical and metonymic functions. It will focus on scholarship discussing the role of women as individuals, as social groups, or demographic sets, considering the ambiguous situation gender often imposed on the dynamics of leading and being led. And that's all for today. Thank you very much. Huh?
I was just about to say 5 minutes to go on stage. Thank you so much. We will move to Yusuf Adam. He's going to talk to us about memories, biographies, and ego history in northern Mozambique.
Thank you. Good morning. Yesterday it was mentioned that it is the activity of a researcher, of a historian, etc., can be a dangerous activity. So before continuing, I would like to call the attention of everyone here that is a young journalist who directed a company called Pinnacle News, has been jailed in Balama district in southern Cabo Delgado, accused of taking dangerous photographs of public buildings. So that is something which we have to have in mind, that we are in a situation where a lot of times the search of the truth can create problems. And I would like also to pay my homage to two colleagues who taught me how to do interviews and how to speak to people, to peasants and workers, Mr. Salomão Zandamela and Mr. Luciano Josefa. Luciano has passed away. He's continuing his life in other dimensions probably, and Salomão is quite old, but they taught me how to speak to peasants, what I should ask, how I should ask, etc. Then it's an honor to be here with Professor Shivji. Shivji and Mamdani have been very important for my work, because in Mozambique you always had a type of racism which is not talked very much. You are Indian, go to the shops, do your business. Science, literature, etc. is not your business. And this is something which always is there. You can only feel it when you are the real actor. It is something which has to be talked about. I'm sorry, it's too strong. And then my model of autobiographies and biographies has been created by my reading of Isaac Asimov. He wrote a book called With the Memory at Green. And I was reading his book and thinking how he produced his autobiography. It was very difficult to replicate what he did. He had all his agendas, all his notes about date X. I was in this seminar. I met Mr. Joe. I spoke to Mrs. Ann. I published this article. So it means he had all his life registered. So probably what we have been reading and seeing as autobiographies, I agree with Siraj and with all these points which have been done here, are relatos, how do you say in English?
Reports.
No, yeah. Accounts are accounts which people have produced, and they are not very, I wouldn't call them biographies. Probably they are, and Colin and other colleagues have been speaking about it. We have to check exactly each of the works, and we can't be so generalizing, because Rita Chaves has written an article about texts produced in Mozambique between 2001 and 2013, where she says that most of these texts published of autobiographic nature, they are the voice of the owner, they are voices of the system, etc. I think that we have to give these people more attention, because a lot of these texts are very important. I had chosen three to present on three texts, three books, three biographies. In the end, I'm going to speak about three authors, but I went through about 20 books, and probably one has to recognize that we should give these people a lot of attention, and probably each one of these books needs really a good work about it. So let me start with Jacinto Veloso's two books. I'm not only going to speak about his book on which is called the book is called sorry. See, I'm not going to speak alone only about the Voo Rasant, which I don't know how to translate in English, but when you
low flying.
And he wrote another book, which is also very, very important, which is called Searching for a Definitive Peace. I would read it as Working for Positive Peace in Mozambique. And Voo Rasant is very, very interesting, because the story is, it basically is his defection when he was about 28 years old. He ran away from the Portuguese army. He was not a pilot. Yeah, but he wasn't a lieutenant. He had the post there, and he ran away from Musimba da Praia, which is a very important place today in the history of Mozambique. And the administrator of the district was Mr. Chambino, who has produced some very important books about counter subversion or counter-nationalist activities in Cabo Delgado. But I would like to call the attention to the need of looking at the second book of Veloso, which in the end has some 10 pages about the clandestine network of Frelimo all over the country. And it was managed, I'm trying to, probably I know more about it than I think, but he says that Frelimo had a network, an intelligence network in Mozambique, which covered all the towns, including Maputo. And the head of this network was a lady who worked for a very important international company. And he says, look, with the work of all these people, we managed to fight for independence. So I think that if we say, that this is only the task or the objective of this biographies which have been produced is to discipline and punish, or it is just to tell the history seen from the eyes of those who are on top of the pyramid, I think we'll lose a lot of material. So we have to give them a lot of attention, I think. Then the second book which I had, the third book which I had selected was the book by Sérgio Vieira. And Sérgio Vieira's book is, and Veloso's book in a certain way, they belong to a genre in Southern Africa, which for me started with the chief of the security services in Rhodesia, serving secretly. And I think that we had other books written in South Africa. In Zimbabwe, we have not only Ken Flower's book, the person who substituted him in the secret services or in intelligence also wrote his own book when he escaped with his life in his hands from Mugabe and others. So the book by Sérgio is also very important for another reason, because he has documented it. There is what he says, and there are things which he doesn't mention, which are not there. His personal life, the difficulties he had, etc., which are not there. Sérgio Veloso was also head of security in the end. When I was reading the paper to organize it for this presentation, I discovered that those two which I had chosen, they were heads of the security ministry in Mozambique. And probably that also gave them access to information and to data, etc. What is important with Sérgio is that I was present. I don't know if another colleague was there. There was a public homage. How do you say homage? Yeah, a public homage to Sérgio Vieira, organized in Universidade Pedagógica, the pedagogical university, where all his colleagues from the party, Oscar Monteiro and others were there. And it was very interesting because the first minister of health of Mozambique after independence just told Sérgio, there is a problem here. Can you show your hands? He just put his hands on and he said, look, he has a finger which is, how do you say? Yeah. No, it was, yeah, but it was created by the fact that he was the person in Frelimo who typed more reports and used a lot of A4 paper. And it was very strange. He was the director of the center. I was near him many times as other colleagues, but I never realized that. And then it was also a very important thing in his book. He never mentions the talks between Mondlane, Mao Zedong. Mondlane talked to many other world leaders, and there is no record in his book about it. And I'm going to pass to the third author, which I try also to analyze. And he was present in this Oscar Monteiro, José Oscar Monteiro. And José Oscar Monteiro, in this public meeting, criticized Sérgio, saying, Sérgio Vieira, you have a lot of people who are against you, criticize you, but that is your own fault. And I was sitting there and I said, hell, it's to say to someone that, the victim, that is responsible for his situation. I'm not saying that each one of us are not, but that was very, very hard. And then I read Oscar Monteiro, and I should say that Oscar Monteiro is a Brahmin. and even between the Catholics, his Guanese, his family is Catholic, and in Maputo, the Goan community was divided in two. One, the workers and lived in the other side of town, and the rich ones had their headquarters where we have now the National Museum of Art. And Oscar's book is very, very important because it is, in a certain way, it goes against the official script. Oscar, in his book, says, the title of the book is With Everyone, de todos se constrói país. With everyone we build a country. And I don't think that has been the project, at least the post-independence project. The idea was that there are those who can construct the country, and there are those which can't construct the country, can't participate in the life of the country. And his book is very, very interesting because, and he doesn't mention these issues. For example, Oscar produced the democratic constitution of Mozambique. See, he wrote that constitution, and with the help of Chipande, he made the lobbying, and the constitution was approved. And Baltazar, Rui Baltazar was reading that document and said, but this thing means that we already have a democratic constitution for Mozambique. And it was approved. And this was revealed in a public session in a Centro Cultural Francês, Franco-Moçambicano, in a ceremony where Friedrich Ebert Stiftung was celebrating their support to democracy in Mozambique and so on. So I think that these three authors, which I have been reading, and I'm presenting it and trying to control my time, they give us a very important, how do you say, signals that we have to read all of them very carefully. I agree in a certain way with Rita Schaap's article and her conclusions that, you know, this is telling the same story again, etc., probably. But in the middle of this, and I am a collector of butterflies, empirical butterflies, because I don't think you can construct your theories without having data. So to construct a map, you need the readings, and the readings come from empirical butterflies. What I think is that we have it in many the texts which have been published after in the last 10, 12 years. There was, in fact, an effort when I tried to speak to some leader of Frelimo and asking this person, look, can you tell me which was the date and which is the document where the party gives orientation to its highest members to write books? He said, no, there is no orientation, but there was some kind of appeal. Please write your memories because it's important that your memories are produced. And I can't mention the name because I really didn't ask authorization to this colleague. And he said to me, look, there are so many, how are you going to do it? So I said, I don't know, I'll use the ones which I have at my hand. And I think there was some problems with some of these books. For example, someone mentioned that there is this very important book by one clandestine, militant in the clandestinity. And what happened is that someone picked up interviews and notes and so on of the Democratas de Moçambique, which is an organization which existed between 7th September, from 25th of April, 74 up to 20 September 75. Sorry, I have the dates wrong, but what happened here is that foi entre o governo de transição, não é? A chegada, before the arrival of Frelimo into power, during the government of transition, there was a lot of material collected in the offices, talking to people who have been jailed, etc. And then it disappeared, but in the end, they appear as the memories of one person. And in fact, the book was edited by Teresa Veloso, the wife of Jacinto Veloso. So it's something which has to be researched. And I think to go further into this, I think that we are in the presence of an old tradition in Frelimo, which is called, I don't know if it is Catholic or from where it comes, from the Protestants, which is the narrativa de sofrimento, the narration of your suffering. Good gosh. So I don't think they are Iranians or whatever. They don't publicly. They don't how to say it in English. They don't whip themselves in the roads. But these narrations of suffering are terrible, because people are just saying, bad things happen to them. Colonialism. I'm not saying it is bad, but people had other activities. They did many other things. But this was a very important method to discipline and to punish, and that went through it. It has continued. The use of this type of autobiographical interventions has been very present in the life of Mozambique before independence and after independence. I can remember, for example, what happened in the campaign for, it had two names at the same time. One was Campanha de Estruturação do Partido. And at the same time, they changed. They would say Campanha de Reestruturação do Partido, because Frelimo was always a party. It was called the Front, but it was always a party. And when in 1977, Third Congress, I think we have to have more work about the Third Congress, because in the Third Congress, they stayed in the same thing. They needed, the leaders of Frelimo and the organization needed to position itself in the middle of the struggle between East and West. So they couldn't create a Partido Comunista de Moçambique. They decided to call Partido Frelimo Marxista-Leninista, but Frelimo existed before. And I think that this is something which can also be an important thing to research for the Center for African Studies, because in these negotiations, Mota aqui de Bragança played an important role, or at least trying to sequele cocotier, as Aquino used to say many times. So, okay, thank you. So these texts, autobiographical texts, were also written by Mozambican refugees in the 60s in Tanzania. I saw some of them in John Markham's, when he visited him in Santa Cruz. And he had texts, letters even written by Samora, because Samora was supposed to get a scholarship to go and study in the US, but there were others. Someone should find this text. there is a lot of material which was used for creating Mondlane's book, and still we have a lot of problems there because of the, Chipande being the one who attacked Shai, and we have other data which shows that there was no attack. There was an attack or an attempted attack in Shai, and also there is 3 or 4 other places where the national liberation struggle could have been could come out. Also in the national elections, first national elections before multi-party, you were obliged to tell everyone what was your life, if you had collaborated with PID, the Portuguese secret police, or you have been a soldier, etc. You have to check it. About the publication of the books, if you look at some of the books, they have been published by paid by Tabora Bassa, the ones who run the electricity business. Others have been published by, and I will finish rapidly, by Macmillan, and one of the persons who wrote these things, Mr. Renato Matus, a PhD. He was our neighbor in the Faculty of Arts. He is accused of having received some big bribes, around millions of dollars. This book, The Vida do Casal Pachinoapa, was published with the help of a company which mines not diamonds, what do you call it? Rubies in Cabo Delgado. So you can go on with there are other data and other elements which have to be analyzed. And to finish, I would like to read a poem written by a guerrilla fighter, and he's to find his what you call it, his interesting because João Mendes, it would take another 2 hours to speak about him, but João wrote this book, which Samora criticized many times, saying, this book is written by someone who sits in coffee shops in Paris and eats ice cream. But it's a very important book to understand the struggle for independence and the revolution in Africa. And in his book, he says something which is, I'll just find one poem about just as I don't have much time, I'm going to find a poem which is called Angústia. I read in Portuguese, then I'll translate it. Olhos revirados à procura do que a crueldade rouba na partilha da vida. I'll translate it in English. But you knew it. No, I didn't know it. Because I was sorry, but there is others. Sorry, there are others. And I'm going to read this one. This is called Egoism, and I think this applies to most of the documents, the books we have been speaking about. And he says that they don't know that the incomplete truth, innocent, is the gun of lies, criminal. They don't know that to save someone from their family. There were other members of other families which were killed. They know, but they are not interested, because the excesses of their luxury feeds the hunger, the lack of water, and sickness of millions of people. And I think this is a very important characterization of our national elites, which produce some kind of discourses, but they forget what are they. Probably they don't forget, they know, but they don't see the end results of their policies and activities. I'm sorry I took too much time, but no, I still have 3 minutes.
That has been such an interesting panel, and I think at this point we can check questions before we go for a break. I will circulate this microphone. There are 2 hands now in that order. And please make your contribution very short, no paragraphs. Very direct. I have a remark for Siraj, if Siraj is with us, and it's an episode in Mandela's life. It's Mandela's Afrikaans. It is often said that Mandela taught himself Afrikaans in prison, because that's part of the narrative. He was very fluent in Afrikaans. He spoke Afrikaans, including with Mondlane and Como. They were joking about Tossital in Johannes in Joburg, and the correspondence is a mixture of English and Afrikaans. When they wanted to make jokes, Afrikaans, of course, is much funnier language. If you go to the Mandela Mondlane archive, mix them up all the time. There's only one record of his exchange with Mondlane in Joburg, which is a beautiful letter in Afrikaans that he writes to one of his friends from prison, where he shows that his Afrikaans is an Afrikaans is the home language, native language in the West. Very poetic, remembering the Blue Diamond and the Jazz Maniacs. The Blue Diamond was a club in Central Johannesburg where they all met. And where they were listening to the Jazz Maniacs, having a few drinks in Lutuli, in Kovum, and Mondlane. In Kovum and Mondlane were penniless. And everything, the blue language in the ANC also was a mixture of English and Afrikaans and some Zulu. And of course, after Sharpeville, then it became policy not to speak Afrikaans in public. As much as Gandhi decided not to speak Hindi in public. There is a political use of languages that does not fit the Santa Clausification of Mandela. By the way, there is also Mandela tea to be bought at the airport in Joburg. Wow. Second sentence. It is absolutely interesting how the tension between Creoleness and Afrikaness is part and parcel of all Southern Africa of the tension. Thank you for that comment. I will take
I'd like to ask Fabio a little bit more about the prosopographical writings. You mentioned the collective biographies that have been produced in Angola, and I'd like to know a little bit more about the character of those. Prosopography is not a word that you hear very much these days. And the other point on that aspect is that it seems to me that this is a suggestion, one of the implications of the idea of the liberation script is that we view the body of narratives written by individual authors within the period of or dealing with the period of the armed struggle with a prosopographical gaze. In other words, we look at them as being collective in a sense. And that's the implication of the liberation script idea. I'd be interested in your comments on that. And Yusuf, you mentioned the narrative of suffering, the narrative of suffering. My understanding is that that was the key part of the politico-military training in National. And I'm wondering whether, I mean, the question was asked was, why did you join Frelimo? And each individual would say, you know, I would recount something very bad that had happened either to them or their family. And I know that some of the less or the more privileged recruits had difficulty because they said, well, you know, I saw injustice and so on. And the Frelimo trainers would say, well, you know, what happened to you? Well, because they were, you know, they hadn't suffered in the sense of being beaten up and so on. They were, you know, it wasn't the same thing. And the second suggestion is that the National trials where Simango and Kavandami and so on had to read out confessions, that in a sense is a kind of inverted narrative of suffering. Why did you betray for me? And it seems to me that it's a concept with two aspects to it.
Take the follow.
So you can comment to comments. No, I have to wait.
No, let me go ahead and ask the thing.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a question to all three panelists about poetry. It was very interesting that you mentioned poetry at the end. And I think there is something about all wars in general, but this kind of colonial liberation wars in which, you know, there is a violence to language that happens, that, you know, the kind of violence that Orwell has written about. And I mean, one can see it on the colonial side very clearly. Well, you know, certain words become, you know, civilization and etc. They become pairs of violence, and basically, language gets almost stifled. But you can see it also on the other side. I mean, Frelimo prohibited, for instance, to write love poetry at a certain point. But there was at the same time a lot of production of poetry. So there seems to be an association between the presidential cult that Siraj spoke about and poetry. Senghor wrote poetry, which I think we need to talk about more. And Neto, of course, and even Gebuza wrote very bad poems. But I mean, so can you just say something more about poetry and liberation? I think it's something we need to think about more, in fact. And you know, and when does language retain that kind of freshness, playfulness, metaphor, sparkling, and when it becomes dead?
And I think you can respond to those questions, colleagues.
Can I have a question for Siraj, which was if we can compare the accounts about the life history or the biography of Mandela with the biography of Samora Machel. They have been constructed as important icons. So where are the differences? And my reply to Pauline is yes. These narrativas de sofrimento have been used in various moments and called different things. And I think that these narratives which we have now are different because they are the narratives and the victims are speaking. They are saying we won, we constructed the country, you know, the colonialists have gone, and in the end, what we are trying to put under the table. And I think that is some kind of a justification for we even write books. And I think the reason why these books came out was because some of those who had left Frelimo or were fighting against the independence of type of independence published their books. Noah Moisés, Francisco Noah Moisés, and also others published their books. And for example, the book about Simango the book about Simango, when the launching of the book about Simango was a carnival in town. Someone spoke to me, I said, you want me to speak about the book? Yes. Era um carnaval. Em todo lado havia gente, grandes cerimônias, big ceremonies, etc. So the one who wrote it, he spoke to me. I said, I can come and make the presentation of the book, but it will be a scientific presentation, not an ideological thing. They never called me again, and I was happy with that. So what I'm trying to say is that this is a weapon to discipline and punir, to discipline and punish, but one has always to define who they are trying to discipline and punish. I don't think they are trying to discipline themselves, but they are trying to create a certain kind of behavior and conscience to do what they want. That's why today politics in Mozambique, or there was a document presented in the Committee Central of Frelimo, one of the meetings, which was called Frelimo in the século XXI. Frelimo no século XXI.
The translation.
Sorry, Frelimo in the 21st century. And the message in that document is, politics have to be sold as you sell potatoes or meat. The persons who are going to buy it are the ones we have to serve them. So I would call it, I don't know, I can't translate it. São os vendedores da banha da cobra, como é que se diz? The ones
that sell this snake's fat.
Snake oil, the ones who sell snake oil. So I think that we have a huge area of research and discussion. I think each one of these books should have a seminar at the Center for African Studies, inviting the authors, because you have the question of Langa, and Colin yesterday mentioned that there were a lot of interviews published in Notícias, etc. It's true. The only interview which I know done to a commander from Man, and I don't know, he was involved in killing the priest there in Nangololo, was produced in Notícias by Augusto Casimiro, my colleague and friend. He has passed away, probably is drinking somewhere. And this was a beautiful interview done on 2nd of May, 1974. And he came into public saying, I'm the commander of Manu, and I'm telling you all to go home. Depose your guns, the independence will come. Thank you.
Yeah, you can ask him. Go ahead.
Siraj, would you come to answer?
Thank you very much for those very interesting questions. I mean, yes, Mandela certainly spoke Afrikaans. I would even say he spoke more than one form of Afrikaans. As a child, he would have probably most likely encountered Afrikaans at school. But when he moved to Johannesburg, he would undoubtedly have encountered the way Afrikaans was loved and used and played with and spoken on the streets in Sophiatown, in Kofifi. That was the Afrikaans of Georgie Zamdela from television soap operas. And it's a form of Afrikaans that's very close to kind of township Afrikaans in Cape Town. So he would have known that, but he would also have known a very formal Europeanized Afrikaans that he would have learned at university as part of his legal studies. And there are a number of meetings that he held as president, including with the the wife of Hendrik Verwoerd and others, that would have happened in Afrikaans. And so certainly his relationship with Afrikaans would have been more complex than the simplistic idea that Afrikaans is the language of the oppressor. And he would have certainly been in touch with all of the meanings of Afrikaans. He was certainly in touch with the Afrikaans poetry of that was written, the anti-apartheid poetry written in Afrikaans that he cited, he quoted in English during his inauguration speech. And, you know, more generally, as much as Afrikaans would have been the language of the shebeen and of the street and of the market in Sophiatown. Sophiatown was also the location of the so-called Sophiatown generation of writers and journalists who played with words, who played with certainly literature at a very advanced level. And the prosecution of a liberation struggle in these movements happened very often in very literary ways, in which the activists had a very keen knowledge of Shakespeare and of the canon of English literature, and had the ability to play with the English language, to use references, to refer to each other in metaphorical ways, using such terms as the broken wing. And so, because, I mean, in the case of the Unity movement, they were a movement dominated by educators. And, you know, your inculcation into personhood, your process of person formation happened through language. And it was a movement of writing and of the use of language for mobilization, but in an extremely literary, in a keen literary sense. And of course, there was always the poetry corner. I don't remember Mandela, Tabata as a poet, but he certainly had a keen poetic sense of the self in the sense of epic poetry. Mandela and Machel, the interesting question for me would be, because, you know, I'm sure you can draw connections between leaders like that. And of course, one should probably ask Rasa quite directly about that comparison. But the question for me is, I mean, what are the points of location of the management and of the maintenance of the biography of Machel? What is the biographic work, the ongoing, never-ending biographic work that happens around Machel, as needs to happen and as happens with Mandela? Because quite frankly, if it didn't happen, you know, Mandela would be forgotten. The extent to which a certain Mandela becomes knowable depends on the kind of projection of narratives and images through different kinds of agencies. And it would be very interesting to know if Machel is similarly subject to, Machel's biography is subject to those kinds of pressures and tensions and being pulled in different directions. I mean, we have an African National Congress which is at war with itself, and where until recently an ethical leadership of the ANC was at the point of even withdrawing from the movement, which had largely become a kleptocratic movement of people who feed off the state and its ability to enable them to enter into contracts. So, and so it would be very interesting to think about that Mandela-Machel comparison along those lines.
So thank you for the very interesting questions. So Prosopography is really the model word, I would say. And it's not something the authors say they are doing, but it's there. And many times the words are not a proper prosopography, but they slide into, they do some biographical work, then slide into more prosopography work, and then they try to reach the social history. So I'm thinking about this movement between the biographical gaze and the social history, and taking prosopography as a middle term. And I hope that in the final version I can analyze two works that are very much graphical. One is Marisa Morman's work on the formation of columnists through popular music, and she does a photography of musicians. And the other one is Margarida Paredes' works on female combatants, on women combatants during the Liberation War and the Civil War. So I was hoping to present it to you, but I could not get to it, but I hope in the end I will do that. So about the script, I think the idea of liberation script is interesting, not because of the written aspect of it, but the idea that there is an underlying text that's not always immediately visible and has to be performed. And this performance opens some space for improvisation. I don't know if it's a linguistic thing, but when the first time I heard the term, that's what came to my mind. So it's not the written aspect of it that's really important, but the fact that there is a text that everybody resorts to. It's the mind of everybody. It is not exactly the text that is shown. And in the sense, yes, it gives us, in any case, even this performance versions, this multiplicity of performances of the script, they provide a prosopographical gaze and a prosopographical construction of the liberation history. And I'm trying to separate things, so analytically I call this mythographical, and the professional history rendering of it prosopographical, but both things have more in common than we at first think. So that's it. And Paolo, poetry had a very important place in the political game, the political field, nationalistic field in Angola, because as Agostinho Neto wrote poems, everybody wanted to write poems. Writing poems was a very important thing for anyone who wanted to rise in the party. So ministers, party officials, everybody was writing poems and publishing poems, usually very bad poetry. But yeah, so that's something very specific about that. And more recently, even people who wanted to do a political career inside the MPLA, so Congress people used it to publish. Usually they paid for the books to be published, and if they would have money, they would pay to be published in Portugal. That's more interesting than to be published in Rwanda. So I think there is a specificity with poetry, because, not only because of that, but also because of Viriato, the Cruz being a poet, and even if he's one of these characters that people have mixed feelings. He was a traitor, then he was retaken, and now a lot of people are working on him and writing about him, and he was somehow how can I say, reappropriated, revalued in Angola. So I think there's something very specific about that. In spite of a strong anti-intellectualism that ran through the body of the MPLA as a whole, that basically came from below. And we can think of it as a kind of counter politics to from below to counter the power of the high ranking official, maybe political officials.
I'll take one very key burning question you will ask in less than a minute. And it's the one who will respond will not take more than 1.5 minutes to respond to that question. Agree. Lastly,
We have
one key question. If there is any. Okay, none. Thank you very much. We'll start with
Okay, it's very rapid. The national anthem of Mozambique, in my opinion, should be o Poema para o João, written by Noémia de Souza. It is, in fact, what all the people fighting for national liberation wanted. And I think that is something which shows what is the importance of poetry, and you can look at the trajectory of Noémia de Souza. She was involved in the nationalist liberation, but she stayed in her small job in Lusa in Lisbon and died there. So, you know, people also have other, they have different things to think about. But art, not only poetry, art and photography, for example, Rangel's work, etc., was really very, very important for the nationalist movement and to fight for independence. But it would take us a lot of time. Thank you.
Let me tell you exactly how the things look like, since there have been changes in the program. So we will have a quick break, really 10 minutes, 15 no more. Yeah, and then the session where Zamperoni and myself will speak, and then we will have lunch. After lunch, unfortunately, Luis Cabasso is not able to be with us because he's undergoing chemotherapy. I think it's nice if you send him a message because he wishes us luck. If you allow me, I will send him a collective message.
Yes,
for solidarity. Alicia Macamo suggested that just now online. Then in the afternoon at 2:30 we start, and we have time. Since there will be in the following order: Alicia Macamo, Teresa, and Severino Williams coming, so just back from it. And after Severino, we will have the introduction of Peter, since the movie was screened yesterday, but Peter C. Mattei, who's also recovering from breaking his foot, will do these things on Nyerere. After that, we will have the eternal coffee break, and a short discussion, roundtable, on how to continue as a network, as a project, with publication of the book. And finally, the book launch by Issa. Okay, we will conclude by 6:30 as planned. There is no major change. Thank you so much.
In English, but here it's in Portuguese. Yeah.
Okay, she has
In English, this one.
so let me say that in English. Zamparoni will present this text in Portuguese, but he is taking care of producing the same text in English, it's printed. So you can follow from there. So I don't know what the other people now, but perhaps should we start doing this?
Okay. So, I have the challenge to moderate panel of two illustrious professors whom, well, they say it's not good to say they don't deserve a presentation. Correct. So this panel is about cosmopolitan nationalism, networks, exchange and secrets. And we have two presenters, Professor Livio Samson from Edward Mondial University, from UFBA, who will present on Edward Mondial, nationalism, cosmopolitanism, and social sciences. And then we will follow with the presentation by Professor Wagner Zamparoni, also from UFBA, who will present on assimilated journalism, militants, Mozambican, etc.
Zamparoni will start.
Oh, okay. So Professor Zamparoni will start, and as we had before, he will present in Portuguese, and there will be translation, right?
No.
No presentation, no translation.
Paper translated.
Paper translated.
The discussion, the debate will be translated. I will translate it. There will be discussion.
O simpósio com ele fora do Brasil não é uma tarefa tão fácil quanto imaginamos. Então, muito obrigado e espero que o que eu vou falar tenha algum interesse. Let's go. Uma vez que o foco deste evento são as biografias, começa essa comunicação falando sobre como cheguei ao meu tema. Em 1981, embarquei em Maputo a convite de Aquino de Bragança, diretor do CEA. Fui integrado na oficina de História e, além de integrar as suas atividades, Aquino solicitou que eu abandonasse meu projeto inicial, que me levara a Maputo e estudasse o grupo social denominado de assimilados, que criaram o Grêmio Africano e editaram os periódicos O Africano e o Brado Africano, na então Lourenço Marques Colonial, hoje Maputo, nas primeiras décadas do século XX. Foi o que eu fiz. Assim, em vez de tratar de biografias individuais, tratarei de biografias sociais, coletivas, uma prosopografia que o Fábio tanto falou.
Já fiquei um pouco mais animado. Eu dividi minha comunicação em três momentos, na verdade. A criação da figura do assimilado no colonialismo, o que os assimilados diziam e pensavam, e o que a Frelimo dizia e pensava sobre os assimilados. Embora alguns autores tenham mencionado o sistema de assimilação, por exemplo, Marvin Harris, ainda em 58, e Opera em 75, eles não centraram seus estudos nas raízes do contexto histórico e social da implantação do sistema. Jean-Marie Penven, em 77, desenvolveu investigações sobre os trabalhadores e trabalhadoras negras do Lourenço Marques no início do século XX, que incluiu dar alguma atenção ao grêmio africano e seus jornais. Também José Moreira, moçambicano, começaram a investigar o tema. Então, eu me pergunto, passadas décadas, qual seria a razão que levara Aquino de Bragança a me instigar a estudar o assunto? Imagino que talvez Aquino quisesse compreender melhor o lugar e o papel social e histórico dos chamados assimilados no começo do século XX, uma vez que nenhum deles e os estudos da Penven, por exemplo, naquela altura, não estavam centrados nesse grupo. Ou, o que me induz a pensar um pouco melhor, é que talvez intrigasse ao Aquino uma certa contradição entre o ácido discurso oficial da Frelimo a este grupo social e o fato de que muitos dos dirigentes da própria Frelimo poderiam ser classificados como assimilados. Nunca tive a chance de perguntar a Aquino. Então, não sei o que é que o levou a me solicitar que centrasse esse estudo. Mas, afinal, o que eram os assimilados? Comecemos por buscar as raízes desse grupo criado no seio do colonialismo, cuja existência parecia ameaçar o projeto revolucionário da Frelimo e até hoje perambula como fantasma na vida social moçambicana. Desde cedo, a administração colonial em Moçambique se deu conta de que a sua presença, a miscigenação ocorrida, a sua revelia, e em períodos anteriores à dominação efetiva sobre terras e gentes, e a crescente ação missionária haviam gerado pessoas que, de alguma forma, se distinguiam da imensa maioria da população nativa, e essa administração não tardou a legislar para enquadrar legalmente os múltiplos atores em cena, ou seja, os outros, os não europeus. Ao traçar juridicamente fronteiras identitárias, operou-se uma redução a um essencialismo racial. Os diversos povos que habitavam o território foram submetidos à categoria de, entre aspas, indígenas. Os indianos e chineses, à categoria de asiáticos. E os que não pertenciam a nenhuma dessas e nem poderiam ser considerados indígenas, estrito senso, foram objeto de sucessiva legislação para estabelecer direitos e deveres, sempre resguardando os privilégios para a minoria branca. Tal legislação, como veremos, recorreu ora a critérios classificatórios de cunho cultural, ora biológico, ora a ambos. O primeiro diploma legislativo sobre o assunto editado em Moçambique remonta a 1894 e coincide com a pregação de que aos nativos deveria ser imposta a obrigatoriedade do trabalho a serviço dos interesses portugueses. Estabelecia essa lei que somente fossem consideradas indígenas as pessoas nascidas na colônia com pais e mães indígenas, cuja ilustração e costumes não distinguiriam do comum da sua raça, o que, nessa legislação, isentava os indivíduos com alguma descendência não indígena, por exemplo, mestiços, e os poucos negros ilustrados, cujos comportamentos os aproximavam da cultura europeia. Neste documento, de 1894 e de 1904, biologia e cultura se mesclam. Essa legislação, entretanto, passou a ser cada vez mais restritiva, baseada em critérios raciais, de cor, como ocorreu quando houve a definição de quem poderia receber concessões de terra em 1909. Terras espoliadas após a conquista militar. A cor, e não mais a ascendência, passou a critério predominante, e os mestiços, até então excluídos da categoria de indígenas, passaram a estar nela incluídos. A legislação para restringir o acesso à arma de fogo, de 1914,
definiu como indígenas todos os indivíduos com caracteres físicos da raça negra e que não pudessem provar ascendência diferente. Deu hegemonia à biologia, à raça, que desconsiderou, nesse caso, os aspectos culturais. Em um contexto em que a cidade de Lourenço Marques crescera e quando negros passaram a se exibir em público trajados à europeia, o conhecimento pessoal e interpessoal já não bastava para identificar o estatuto social dos indivíduos, de modo a permitir a aplicação das leis. Assim, em 1917, estabeleceu-se que o indígena seria todo indivíduo da raça negra ou dela descendente, o que abrangia não só os negros, mas também os mestiços, exceto aqueles que tivessem ilustração e costumes distintos dos comuns da raça negra. Recuperava o critério cultural, mas estabeleceu requisitos a serem cumpridos por quem desejasse ser considerado não indígena. Provar que falava, lia e escrevia a língua portuguesa, adotava monogamia, exercia profissão compatível com, entre aspas, a civilização europeia, que tinha hábitos alimentares e domésticos à moda europeia, para obter um alvará, que passava a ser documento único a provar que não era indígena. Surgia, então, a figura legal do assimilado. Isso causou profunda revolta entre os mestiços e negros educados reunidos em torno do Grêmio africano, e que recorrentemente repudiaram com veemência tanto nas páginas do africano como de seu sucessor, o brado africano. A exigência do alvará demarcava lugares sociais, afastava os negros e mestiços da imensidão dos indígenas, mas continuava a ter um estatuto social subordinado aos brancos. Embora sua identidade legal fosse dada pelo Estado, os indivíduos classificados como assimilados teciam em laços de sociabilidade que reforçavam sua pertença identitária. Os grêmios, associações, clubes de futebol, jornais, onde partilhavam ideias, socializavam com seus iguais em passeios, festas dançantes e outras atividades sociais. Atuavam como intermediários culturais, alguns mais propensos à adesão à narrativa assimilacionista, outros mais resistentes. Nas décadas iniciais do século XX, se destacaram os irmãos Alvazini, Estácio Dias, Karel Pote. Depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial, surgiram nomes como Noemi de Souza, José Craveirinha, Domingos Aroco, Elias Simango, Eduardo Mondlane. Entretanto, a maioria não era formada por esses nomes destacados, mas por pequenos funcionários públicos e auxiliares do comércio. Foram esses os mais humildes que procuraram obter o estatuto de assimilado para sobreviver e escapar aos impostos mais pesados, ao trabalho forçado e a outras violências impostas aos indígenas. Compreendia que constituía um grupo social distinto, quer em relação aos brancos, quer em relação aos indígenas. Viviam oprimidos e navegavam entre dois mundos. Não conseguiam ser aceitos e nem ascender no mundo branco, face ao racismo estrutural, nem pertenciam mais ao meio indígena propriamente dito. Assim, também eram as suas práticas sociais, sobretudo dos menos destacados. Falavam a língua portuguesa quando esta lhe era exigida, mas entre os seus usava a sua própria língua. Publicamente podiam repudiar o lobolo, mas praticavam não tão às escondidas. Se diziam cristãos, mas também cultuavam seus ancestrais. Podiam sair às ruas trajados à europeia, mas não dispensavam as capulanas no âmbito doméstico. Podiam eventualmente preparar bacalhau com batatas, mas não dispensavam a China. Procuravam o serviço da biomedicina, mas não excluíam os curandeiros. O fato de que fosse reconhecido como um grupo social distinto não implica que havia homogeneidade, igualdade e harmonia entre seus membros. Pelo contrário, o meio era permeado por diversas clivagens, distintos níveis econômicos, de educação, religião, prestígio social, laços com famílias destacadas, compadrio e raça provocavam tensões, atritos e mesmo rompimentos. As questões raciais estiveram no cerne de tais ocorrências. Os bailes de jogos de futebol não raro acabavam em acirradas discussões com a linguagem marcadamente racista. O primeiro rompimento, em 1920 e 21, foi efêmero. Deu-se com a criação do Congresso Nacional Africano, que tem o mesmo nome do ANC da África do Sul, mas não tinha uma vinculação direta com aquele. E o segundo, de vida longa, entre 1932 e 65, foi o Instituto Negrófilo, que passou em 38 a Centro Associativo dos Negros de Moçambique, cujo nome, Negrófilo, já indica o viés racial que o caracterizava. A administração colonial apadrinhou esta nova agremiação, visando cooptar uma liderança negra para o projeto de segregação racial nos termos da vizinha África do Sul. Em 1949, um grupo de jovens negros assimilados, filiados ao Centro Associativo, criou o Núcleo dos Estudantes Secundários Africanos de Moçambique, onde, face ao racismo, acabou por se desenvolver a consciência nacionalista, tendo servido de apoio a Frelimo quando esta, clandestinamente, se instalou na então Lourenço Marques, em 1962. Em 65, a polícia política fechou o NESAM, esse núcleo de estudantes secundaristas, e o Centro Associativo dos Negros, prendeu alguns de seus membros e levou outros ao exílio. Outros diplomas legais, em 1919, 27, 28, 30 e 54, mantiveram a essência da segregação até 1961, onde foi abolido formalmente o sistema de indigenato, tornando todos, legal e nominalmente, cidadãos. Tratou-se de uma manobra política que pouco alterou as condições reais de exclusão e opressão sobre a maioria da população, até então considerada indígena, embora tenha ampliado um pouco o espaço para o grupo social dos assimilados, que eram vistos por brancos indígenas como caricatura dos brancos e queriam se passar por superiores. Desde então, essa imagem tem sido onipresente na história de Moçambique, tendo integrado a narrativa da Frelimo. Mas, afinal, o que pensavam e escrevia essa primeira geração que formava o grupo social, que formava o grupo social integrado por mestiços e negros educados que foram definidos como indígenas, e que eu caracterizei no passado como um embrião de uma emergente pequena burguesia, entre aspas, filha da terra. Formado em 1907, o Grêmio Africano criou um jornal para veicular seus ideais, conforme eu já disse, cujo primeiro número veio à luz justamente no dia 25 de dezembro de 1908, data em que o próprio jornal dizia, festejava-se o nascimento de Cristo, um amigo dos humildes. Assim dizia o jornal. Ano Novo, Era Nova, era o título do seu primeiro editorial. Era preciso encerrar a era da exploração dos negros e começar outra na qual os nativos fossem educados, pois julgavam eles que somente a educação poderia libertar os espoliados. O jornal declarava que estava dedicado à propaganda a favor da instrução, que deveria se dar em língua portuguesa em detrimento das línguas locais, pois eram de opinião que estas, as línguas locais, manteriam os nativos na condição de inferioridade eterna. No contexto, dominar a língua do dominador era uma das poucas alternativas para se escapar das formas mais cruéis da violência colonial e abrir espaço, ainda que mínimo, para a ascensão social. E o seu uso, por outro lado, rompia com um dos fundamentos do colonialismo, segundo o qual os negros seriam incapazes de extrapolar suas culturas, entre aspas, tribais, a ceder e produzir pensamento sofisticado e conceitos científicos e pensamento abstrato, já que supostamente seriam biologicamente limitados. Entretanto, havia uma clara disjunção entre a defesa da língua portuguesa e a sua prática jornalística. Já na primeira edição, trouxe subtítulos em Xirronga, que eles chamavam na altura de Landim, e por décadas publicou colunas nessa língua, assim como por algum tempo em Xizulu e em Bitonga. O uso que faziam da língua portuguesa ia da sua versão canônica à forma canibalizada desta língua,
com a introdução vocabulária e semântica das línguas locais, na prática, se apropriando e moçambicanizando a língua portuguesa, em verdadeira glotofagia. Pode-se dizer que esses jornais foram os pioneiros na emergência de um estilo literário moçambicano, sufocado e reprimido depois, durante a ditadura salazarista, mas que reemergiu no fim da década de 40, através das vozes poéticas de figuras como Noemi de Souza e José Craveirinha. Conscientemente ou não, essa primeira geração, para fustigar o colonialismo, usou a língua como chicote e a pena como zagaia. Os jornais não puseram em causa, de modo explícito, o domínio colonial, mas, como anunciado nos frontispícios desde os anos iniciais, procuravam, entre aspas, labutar em prol dos interesses dos nativos de Moçambique. Denunciavam com veemência e constância as contradições entre os apregoados princípios humanitários que serviam de justificativa ideológica da dominação e as práticas concretas exercidas na colônia, marcadas pela expropriação de terras, imposição do trabalho compulsório, conhecido como chibalo, impostos, racismo, punições físicas, enfim, toda a série de violência que são violência e arbitrariedade, que são essenciais e fundamentais no colonialismo, como já disse a Hannah Arendt. Outros tantos artigos tratavam da exploração sob o ponto de vista da luta de classes. Seus editores mantinham laços internacionais através da correspondência de jornais e livros publicados na Europa e Américas. Repercutiam notícias das agências de informação, republicavam artigos de periódicos internacionais, articulavam-se com o movimento pan-africanista, publicando artigos de Garvey, do Boyce, o que permite dizer que estavam conectados em rede a uma biblioteca cosmopolita que incluía nomes como Proudhon, Kropotkin, Gorky, Tolstói, Engels, Marx, que, por vezes, apareciam a sustentar seus argumentos. As teses anarquistas e socialistas e marxistas não ficavam restritas ao meio operário local, majoritariamente formado por brancos deportados. Os artigos A Greve, publicado pelo Africano, e A Onda, publicado pelo Brado Africano, ambos de autoria de João Abasini, trazem termos como proletariado, luta, capital opressor, tirania, privilégios, burguesia, sovietes, bolcheviques. Os artigos de denúncia da opressão demonstram que a ação e militância dessa primeira geração pouco correspondem ao imaginário que se criará de forma homogeneizada acerca dos assimilados. O comportamento de parte desse grupo social optado para o projeto ideológico do colonialismo a partir da segunda metade dos anos 30, sob a ditadura, certamente contribuiu para consolidar uma imagem socialmente estereotipada, assente ao longo dos anos, e colaborou para o apagamento das lutas dessa primeira geração. Essa mesma perspectiva, resultante do desconhecimento, certamente foi potencializado durante o governo de transição, quando pipocaram partidos efêmeros, à frente dos quais se apresentavam nomes de destacados assimilados e que reivindicavam participação no país após a independência. Foram vistos como oportunistas e fantoches dos interesses capitalistas brancos da então colônia. Tal quadro contribuiu para que reinasse no seio da Frelimo uma declarada aversão aos assimilados, incluindo aqueles das primeiras décadas do século XX. A Frelimo e os assimilados. Em seu primeiro documento público sobre o tema dos assimilados, 1964, a Frelimo afirmou que a categoria foi criada pelo colonialismo, que lhes deu alguns direitos, tendo nascido daí uma nítida divisão entre o povo moçambicano, uma vez que passaram a se considerar superiores aos demais moçambicanos. Às vésperas da independência, na chamada Marcha Triunfal, cujo discurso está muito bem trabalhado pelo Collin e pelo David Hedges, publicaram um livro sobre isso, Samora Machel trouxe à baila a política nacionalista do colonialismo e seu impacto na sociedade moçambicana. Na beira de forte presença branca e de acentuado racismo, ao enumerar as camadas socio-raciais existentes, tratou, então, coloquial os assimilados, com ironia e deboche, ridicularizando suas atitudes e comportamentos.
No ato da declaração da independência, perante milhares de pessoas, o tema não ficou de fora, porém, não o tratou com deboche. A assimilação teria sido a forma mais apurada da escravidão mental ao estrangeiro, um processo deliberado de negação de toda a cultura, de toda a história, de toda a tradição do nosso povo, disse Machel. O homem, assim destruído espiritualmente, tornava-se uma carcaça viva, onde se implantavam docilmente os modos de pensar, agir e viver do colonizador, disse ele. Entretanto, a ironia e o tom de chacota voltaram à cena no discurso proferido no Dia dos Heróis Moçambicanos. No encerramento da 8ª sessão do Congresso, em 1976, o tom foi mais duro. Ao comentar a fuga dos poucos profissionais especializados moçambicanos, entre assimilados, mulatos, brancos moçambicanos, entre eles médicos, professores, advogados, engenheiros, ou seja, a chamada fuga dos quadros, afirmou que fugiam porque estavam inteiramente identificados com o colonialismo, com a exploração, com a corrupção, com a decadência. Em reunião realizada às vésperas do Dia da Mulher Moçambicana, voltou ao tema nos seguintes termos: ainda temos vergonha de mostrar a nossa cultura, porque somos assimilados. Ainda existem grandes cargos assimilados. Eles têm saudade do alvará, têm saudade do bilhete de identidade, aquele que foi dado pelos colonialistas, que o distinguia do resto da população. Tem saudade da sua antiga classe de intermediários. 15 minutos? Eu estou sem óculos, então... Ok? Sim, bom, então, peraí, vamos para lá. Eu tenho que pular muitas coisas. Vamos lá. Em 1982, a Frelimo, tem uma data-chave. Em 1976, parece ter sido um ano fundamental na narrativa da Frelimo sobre os assimilados. Ora, os discursos, nesses anos, apontavam como vítimas do sistema, ora, como agentes desse sistema. Em 82, entretanto, o Frelimo parece já ter se dado conta de que nem todos os assimilados eram agentes a serviço do colonialismo, e que estes, de alguma maneira, deveriam ser integrados à sociedade, pois, como disse Machel, não podemos tolerar que uma parte do nosso povo viva marginalizado. Foi desencadeada uma série de ações para que os considerados comprometidos pudessem publicamente confessar sua condição e se declarar arrependidos, e que, nesse processo chamado Reunião dos Comprometidos, visava, segundo as palavras de Machel, a descolonização mental dos moçambicanos, que significava que participaram da violência colonizadora. Significava, portanto, libertar consciências. Aqueles que reconhecessem seus erros e decidissem se engajar nas tarefas da reconstrução nacional poderiam merecer um lugar na nossa pátria livre, dizia ele. A maioria não havia deliberadamente associado ao colonialismo por afinidade ideológica explícita, mas o fizera, premida pelas circunstâncias opressivas, como um caminho para tornar a vida menos difícil. Havia, entretanto, outros se tornaram ativos defensores e agentes difusores da ideologia colonial, como foi o caso do pintor Marcos Zicali e de Enoque Limbombo, fundador do Instituto Negrão. Ambos eram conhecidos publicamente por defender em palestras e discursos a ideologia colonial fascista do Estado Novo. Zicali se mostrou renitente a admitir os erros nessa reunião dos comprometidos e dali saiu preso. Limbombo admitiu sua ativa participação e foi libertado. Eu vou pular aqui um bocado de coisa. Machel afirmou que tais reuniões não eram comissões de inquérito e nem confessionários, mas, de fato, podem ser interpretados como rituais de purificação que pouco diferiam das práticas católicas. Nesse caso, a confissão era pública, diferente dos católicos. diante dos outros, entre aspas, pecadores. E produziu uma prática também consuetudinária nas comunidades locais, da própria Frelimo durante a luta armada, e outros partidos comunistas também, como o caso da China. Os padres aqui eram os capitaneados pelo seu presidente. A força e o sentido de tais rituais mereceriam mais atenção possível de ser aqui tratados. Se por um lado, vou agora sair do texto, se por um lado a Frelimo denunciava os assimilados, também ela foi acusada de ser um antro de assimilados. Em 1961, Adelino Guambi, presidente da Denamo, publicou um artigo no qual afirmava que os mulatos assimilados eram fantoches do colonialismo e que a sua presença na condução da luta, na condução da luta, retardaria a liberdade. Tinha força e eram dominados por uma mulher branca e que citou os outros nomes, outras figuras, como Helder Martins, etc., como os goeses, etc., que estavam dentro, que, portanto, não representavam os verdadeiros negros moçambicanos. Claro, citou Marcelino, segundo ele, tinha sido expulso da Denamo porque tinha sido acusado de ser informante da polícia. Mas a pergunta aqui, mas a primeira vez que vou concluir, que a Frelimo reconheceu o papel histórico desses assimilados nesse processo de formação da consciência nacional e a consciência de moçambicanidade, se ocorreu em 1984, sintomaticamente feita por esta figura aqui, Marcelino dos Santos, alguém que, lá pela ANAMI, era acusado de um cabo-verdiano, que tinha servido de opressão, os cabo-verdianos estavam servindo de opressão à dominação colonial. Marcelino reuniu com os cooperantes na beira e disse claramente que havia, no passado, gente africana envolvida nos esforços para liquidar a dominação colonial, para criar a liberdade para os africanos, e citou os irmãos Abazino, Estácio Dias, Rui de Noronha, Karel Pote. E afirmou que a transição dessa ação para o enfrentamento ao colonialismo, com uma consciência claramente nacionalista, se deu a partir da década de 50. Eu fiz uma curiosidade. Eu perguntei assim, até hoje me preocupa, eu pergunto assim, teriam os estudos acadêmicos realizados por Penvene, Moreira, Paulo Soares e eu mesmo, realizados na altura, circulado pelas mãos de Aquino de Bragança entre destacados frelimistas, teriam esses estudos que demonstravam a aguerrida atuação dos primeiros assimilados, contribuído para que a interpretação enviesada da Frelimo sobre eles tenha se alterado e passado a integrá-los na narrativa da luta contra o colonialismo? É uma hipótese de difícil confirmação, mas factível. O certo é que, depois da palestra de Marcelino dos Santos, não encontrei nenhum outro discurso, quer de Samora, quer de outro livro da Frelimo, que tenham tratado os assimilados. Agora, mais um minuto para concluir definitivamente. Podemos... Então, aqui já é realmente o que é a conclusão disso que eu falei tudo. Podemos concluir que existiam dois momentos conectados, mas não lineares. O primeiro, constituído pelos pioneiros no enfrentamento ao colonialismo, que desenvolveram uma consciência de moçambicanidade, de pertença. E o segundo, no qual a consciência se transforma em luta abertamente anticolonial. Foi a atuação dos integrantes da primeira geração que permitiu a emergência da reivindicação de pertença a uma identidade distinta, embora vivessem uma ambiguidade essencial. Sua existência social derivava da presença colonial, a sua atuação contra as barbaridades cotidianas praticadas sobre a maioria dos indígenas e a reivindicação por direitos iguais, colocava em xeque as bases de sustentação do colonialismo, que supõe a exclusão, hierarquias raciais. O acirramento dessas contradições abriu o caminho para o segundo momento. Agora, para terminar. Por vezes, esta primeira geração foi julgada, entre outros, pela Frelimo, à luz da noção de um nacionalismo construído nos anos 60 e perpetuado após a independência, num claro anacronismo. Julgava-se a ação dessas pessoas como se elas tivessem, teologicamente, que lá no passado terem reivindicações nacionalistas, como se fazia nos anos 60. Ciência não emerge senão como fruto de um longo processo cheio de tropeços e irritações e prenhe de contradições sociais e pessoais, a que todos estavam submetidos na solução da situação colonial. Nessa altura, como agora, julgo que a consciência nacional não é estática, mas evolui em sínteses sucessivas, não só no sentido diacrônico de acumulação de experiências históricas, como no largar progressivo da base social nacionalista, sendo eu e o Paulo Soares, num texto que nós produzimos em 1983. Assim, a camada social mais próxima e integrada do dia a dia do colonialismo, cujos membros dominavam minimamente a língua portuguesa e o que permitia acesso à literatura crítica, formada pelos assimilados, foi também aquela capaz de interpretar o colonialismo como sistema e gestar paulatinamente ideais nacionalistas. Apesar das fortes críticas da Frelimo, foram também aqueles que sob o colonialismo seriam classificados como assimilados, se integraram na burocracia estatal após a independência e que asseguraram o funcionamento do Estado. Obrigado. Eu tenho um péssimo hábito, quando eu estou na sua posição, eu sou um feitor. Mas quando eu estou nessa posição, eu sou um escravo, já um certa regra.
Então, pessoas não param tanto a entender, seja
Porta do livro.
ou no próximo simpósio.
Porta do livro.
Tá. Muito obrigado por esta bela apresentação, pessoal. E vamos passar imediatamente. Well, Professor Zamparoni is only has 60 minutes to start the lunch or maybe the next symposium. So we are going direct to the presentation of Professor Livio. Please.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here, and it's becoming real over something conceived as a perhaps dreamlike, as a utopian. The idea of bringing together people that did sources and motivators for my present research, of which I will give you a sketch. So I thank all of you for the patience who are having to bear with me, which is in itself not a significant task, and also for being with me and with us. I've been dealing with together for the last 3 years. This symposium should have taken place before the pandemic. Well, the pandemic stopped the world. The second apology, so thank you so much for being here. The second apology is, as the British say, I didn't have enough time to write a short paper. But I do have a long paper, too long, which is online. So this allows me to improvise a bit. On February 3rd, 1969, a book bomb was a book by Plekhanov, delivered to the Freedom Office in Dar es Salaam, ended up his life prematurely at the Wild Chibamo. He was born on June 20, 1920, in a village 12 kilometers from the town of Machacas, southern Mozambique, from Gaza, the local chief and third and final wife. Like most of his peers, as soon as he was a teenager, he spent most of his time shepherding the family cat, mostly cows. His first socialization was in Tsonga, one of the main languages of southern Mozambique, and his grandmother, mother, and stepmother had a great influence on him. They wanted him to study. There were lots of narrative about it. In 1931, he attended a local school, and after 3 years, he moved on to the Protestant mission school at Ricatla. At the age of 17, he became one of the servants of the Swiss Presbyterian missionary André Clerc, who later became little bit of his mentor, friend, and many ways father. Antoine also French, so we already have 3 languages. Great. In 1940-43, Molani worked as an instructor, scout leader, and catechist in the 2 mission schools, a Presbyterian one in Madagascar and a Methodist school in Campi, where by the way, he's taught English, all language. And as I experienced personally today in Campi, there is still a lively memory, whether authentic or invented, about Mondlani's capacities. From there on, Eduardo never stopped studying hard. The activity is surely like the most. He likes studying, and he likes being an excellent student. Due to lack of opportunities for natives in colonial Mozambique, in 1944, Mondlane was sent by the Swiss mission to complete secondary education at the Lemana mission in South Africa, in northern Italy. In 1947, after completing school, he started a course in social work at the Jan Hofmeyr School of Social Work in Johannesburg, better known as Johnny's. That school, set up in the mid-30s, was an essential place in the formation of Mondlane as a future leader, and as well as Joshua Common, many others. The school was a result of the pioneering work of the progressive American Methodist Reverend Ray Phillips, who had a PhD in anthropology from Yale, on the Bantu city. In those days, the school had quite an advanced study program, combining an introduction to sociology and anthropology with the spread of Bantu native affairs and urbanization in Johannesburg, as well as the region, as well as practical training in the field, in prisons, children's homes, hospital, and while working in the post of the youth prison, then Mondlane meets Alan Patton, who will later, very well known, private law country, will later write the foreword to his book in English, his first book in English. The school functioned in the premises of the Bantu Main Social Center, right in the center of Johannesburg, located in Ellis Street. It attracted non-white students from all over South Africa, also Indian. Winnie Mandela, Winifred Mandela, will be one of them in class 1950, and even from North of the Limpopo, Joshua Nkoma will be one of Mondlane's roommates in the dormitory. Apparently, the two were broke, short of money, and huge men, and hanging around together all the time. And avid readers, avid users of the library set up at the Carnegie within the Bantu Social Center, which was the only library available to natives in Johannesburg. And this library is quite interesting. I did research in Johannesburg and had an amazing collection of books donated by Reverend Phillips, a white Methodist Reverend, which contained a large selection of books drawn from the Harlem Renaissance. And one of the most avid readers of these books, particularly analog and unique, was Mondlane himself, and I assume in common, since they were hanging around together. So quite soon, Mondlane socialized with this milieu. I cannot expand too much, but there are so many interesting details, such as the one I mentioned with Mandela. First, from its inception, the center was received the visits of most progressive intellectuals and politicians coming to Joburg. Among others, Ralph Bunche will be important in Mondlane's life in the future. He will be the personal hyacinth who worked at the United Nations. And nothing less than Bronislaw Malinowski, who receives an ovation in this nearly all-black audience on a Sunday lecture where he was thrown into the air because of the because of his anti-colonial speeches. So we discovered that Bronislaw Malinowski was anti-colonial, and to the point that people were very excited with it. This place with the ANC Youth League was founded in 1944 when Mondlane was there. Mondlane is there at the moment the Youth League is founded. So Mondlane certainly enjoyed both the opportunities that Johannesburg offered and the cultural and political atmosphere at the center. He found that the school had one severe limitation. The training was meant to form social workers for native facilities only. And from now on, my research would be called, in fact, looking for sociology, because Mondlane wants to study the discipline. Let's go back to Africans, sociology. Somebody had told him, Redat Lehmann, when he was doing his secondary school, that sociology was the science through which Africa should have been interpreted. He became soon an avid reader of the classics, Marx, and all the rest, Weber, and soon he moves towards social psychology. So with Lazarsfeld, all the classical and social mapped on spirit. But it's quite interesting that he becomes fixated in sociology, and in his letter to Claire, sociology props up, I want to study sociology, not just social affairs, not just social work. And in fact, I can keep on reading, because this is, but you can, as the American language, you can read it in different things. It's an American expression. The details are in there. It's constantly, at some point, he applies and manages to be able to study social studies, was only sociology at WITS, and is taken up as WITS, the first student from Notre Dame in Bobo, very few black students anyway. And immediately he excels. He has the highest score of the year in 1948. He will later have to abandon his first year because of the withdrawal of his visa, because of apartheid hardening. And then from there on, he comes back. He has become very popular within the South African Students Association. In fact, perhaps the reason why it was not renewed the reason, thank you, was because he was invited to represent WITS at the national conference of the Students Association in Cape Town, of which the apartheid system already hardened by the end of 49. So there was considered how can a black person not only represent white students, excellent white students at WITS, it's supposed to be to the UCT, the Hotel University in the United States, in the Union. Okay, he comes back and then he goes to Lisbon with a grant at the Flopstock, very important foundation, because the foundation has been funding lots of African American leaders and African leaders. It's an important, together with Carnegie, it's an important connection, particularly in the English-speaking world. Mondlane benefits from his training and his fluency, by the way, in, among others, English. He was fluent in English. He's also fluent in Afrikaans. There's an interesting letter that derives from the man. I said, I don't find Afrikaans such a difficult language at all, in fact. Which gives an idea of how clever it was. And in fact, in spite of the narratives that he was resenting Lisbon because of the climate, intellectual, political climate, and he was, in fact, enjoyed Lisbon very much. You can see from between the lines that there is a narrative of Mondlane as he moved on to the United States because the secret police was annoying. It certainly was. But Mondlane was enjoying classical.
To him, that he was missing so much of what he calls general build-up, general education. So he's also humble, which is not the case of even in his recollection, which is not, makes him a bit singular among many in the recollection that the leaders do themselves. From there, it gets again through the Flopstock, which is a pro-black foundation. It's not been given up, but they are kept within the Archive of the Fourth Foundation. That was closely related to the American Methodist mission. So benefiting from what I call, I invented this expression, the Methodist Presbyterian International, he manages to travel, which is a very interesting connection that should be studied in detail and do the best. But what I can tell you for sure, when I gave a lecture at Oberlin to some of his classmates, elderly, aging people, elderly people, they are and all of the Methodists are Presbyterian, 100%. Oberlin is a Methodist Presbyterian.
Don't worry, the Zoom, it's working. As long as I'm on Zoom, I'm alive.
It's working in this computer, but they are listening to us from the beginning.
So
it's another computer.
The trajectory of Mondlane is a trajectory of the similar, but also similar to others. What's specific to Mondlane is his passion for sociology, not the use of education, as we discussed yesterday. Education is a word that in itself is emancipatory in those days. It has a positive, it's an asset. Right? Being an earnest student is also important. Being accountable in all respects is also important. Serious person. Again, it doesn't. But and the fact that he was unsatisfied with the limitation of native education in Johannesburg, the denial of possibility of getting into mainstream social sciences. So when it comes to Oberlin, which is an important in the history of Black education, it's an important place. It's an integrated, so white college, but it's the first integrated college in the United States, where among others John Dewey studied. So it has this pride of being the first place for women to study, believe it or not, Native American English, Native Americans and Blacks. So there is a small college in Ohio, not exactly the most enlightened part of the United States, but it has this as an asset. So Mondlane is one on top of a narrative, which is based on real. And then Mondlane enjoys. At long last, he can have what he wants. Study sociology, he has caring professors, including important anthropologists, like George Simpson, a specialist on Shango, who has been reading about Shango. And in fact, at some point, I discovered even fantasized, not fantasized. Right? His first PhD project, is on Jamaica. He wants to study Rastafarianism. But then at some point, he said, I have to study something with Africa. He also decides, for instance, for MA and PhD, not to do research on Africa, to do research on race relations in the United States. He's the first top-notch African scholar that does research, and not just journalistic research. It's an ethical survey on ethnic feelings and allegiance in schools in the north and south in the United States. It doesn't want to be pigeonholed. If there is something that doesn't want to be pigeonholed. In the meantime, he's a great speaker. He hangs around all over the United States, giving classes and lectures to Black churches, Methodist churches, which in the north are quite open-minded. Whatever, he's one of the first, perhaps the first African figure in the African Study Association, and is soon put in touch with Herskovits, by Melvin Herskovits, whose trajectory in Brazil and Latin America I studied, and as I always say, in the book that will soon come out with Bill to the station Bahia, where I study the making of Afro-Brazilian studies, and it is interesting that I bumped into Lana, so to speak, for doing research on Herskovits in Brazil, because at this point there was in his file a huge section of his file dedicated to Mulana, and the Melvin Herskovits out there. So one thing goes into the other. But since I only have 10 more minutes, Japan, don't be tough on me. Okay, yes. I wish I could say I had them and I fired them, but I can't. So it's a trajectory of the leader that's obviously seduced me, was singular, but also similar to other leaders. Rural origin, the church, work of the church, education, travel, the gaze from without. You all know that Kant is an example in nationalism. The cosmopolitan gaze is very important. Being outside, you know? It's a class thing. Even Giuseppe Mazzini in Italy used to say, "We discover Italy from London. We're not Italian before being exile." So exile, migration is an essential, and often travel as such is an essential lens through which Mondlane rediscovers and invades, in fact, nationality and Mozambique. Through the United Nations, yes, when he gets the position of the United Nations, thanks to his PhD and Ralph Bunch, he's hired at the United Nations and the Tranship Commission. He spends 7 months in Cameroon, the French-speaking is beginning of this thermal area, which is still different, and he comes to realize how important, again, education is, training, how difficult decolonization is. It's not just opening the pan to solve this. He has a test to it because what Cameroon happened. Rebellion, maybe it was a civil war, and what the two things combined. So he showed not, I won't say the danger of independence, the complexity of it. So the one hand, United Nations offering a worldview and friendship with the Kennedys, with Alberto Moreira, with Julius Nyerere. Look at the complexity of this network. He bumps into all the Roberto, the United Nations, and he's not exactly seduced by Roberto, by the way. I'm even thinking of Mondlane having possibly met Frantz Fanon. Frantz Fanon died in New York in 1961. Mondlane was living in New York from 1957 to 1960, approximately, to Syracuse. So it is not impossible that they met, because Frantz Fanon was hanging around the Roberto and hanging around the United Nations. Those days, the United Nations was an exciting place, not such a boring place like nowadays. The building had lots of meeting places. Now there are lots of field. I did research in the archive. It's a pain in the neck to get in, it's a security issue. But the United Nations have bars, restaurants, was an open door kind of, it's an important meeting place. So, for instance, also people who didn't have national government, such as Nyerere, could hang around the United Nations because there was no security, so to speak. There was some security, but you were not checked 3 million times like if you go nowadays. So its attention and his life is also the story of attention. Zamparoni said, and many others said, that the intrinsic tension between Creoleness and Africanness. And if you want between the global and the local, you want to make the most of everything, which is part of which is sometimes an opposition between groups. For example, it can be an opposition within a person. The person will be died without for the outside and person from within. You have the personal knowledge, personal life and friends. Many of them are white or non-white, but it socializes with very interesting situations such as Johnny, which in those days was a Pan-African city. It socializes in Chicago, which was it becomes friendly with St. Clair Drake, who, by the way, recently wanted to come and study at SEAO. St. Clair Drake, you couldn't get the grant. It's led that into this called in our archive. And he's hired by St. Clair Drake to teach at Roosevelt College. And one of the reasons he likes St. Clair Drake and hangs around with him over the weekends when he's in Chicago, because St. Clair Drake is married to a British woman and has two mixed kids, mestizo kids. And he's very fond of kids. So the kids play football with him, he takes him nice. And he uses the happy wedding, let's say, or wedlock of St. Clair Drake, of whom he already read Black Metropolis in Chicago, in Joburg, to strengthen his position toward Janet Mondlana's, his wife, in a struggle with the family, who rejected him because he was black. And eventually they will accept him somehow, particularly the father. So it's a very interesting and complex network where he has top-notch scholars. He takes part in the formation of the African Studies Association. He's very, although Melvin Heskowitz is his mentor, not his supervisor, they will stay together until the death of Heskowitz, and the family, the Heskowitz and Malaka, will stay friends for a longer period. The same happens later to Marvin Harris, with Marvin Harris and his wife, and Mondlana and Janet, were friendly New York, and trying, unfortunately, Janet is not doing well. But there is evidence they were actually hanging around together, two young couples with two kids, this kind of thing, spending the weekend together. And Mondlane prepared Melvin Hescovitz's visit to colonial Mozambique in 1953 by introducing him to his family and to the Mbombo. But he understands attracting anthropology, and it's essential to the preparation of Marvin Harris' visit. Marvin Harris spends 1 year here, and it's interesting that they keep on, and Mondlane prepares this visit, gets the reports, and they will keep on corresponding. So there is an exchange between anthropologists in the Marvin Harris paper that recently been released at the National Anthropological Archive of the Smithsonian, in which Mondlane answers Marvin Harris in the Frelimo paper. I don't think that book is a big dialogue between anthropologists and Mondlane. Sorry, I couldn't answer your email, but I mean, it's an interesting. Even in Dar es Salaam, Mondlane is a social scientist. Is a social, keeps on reading, keeps on receiving books. Unfortunately, I have bits and pieces of all this, and I wish I had the capacity of imagining emptiness that historians have, because sometimes we are used as anthropologists to deal with things that I can go back and get some information. Here there are holes in the reconstruction of this trajectory. But let me finish, because you realize not only that I'm excited, but I'm completely confused and still in the middle of this process of negotiation to getting access to the archive. Well, by the way, the weapon I use to negotiate is largely my teaching. What I do in exchange to get access is giving classes, supervising students, talking about their own unresolved master point of view, people at the historical archive, inviting them to the fabric of ideas, giving extra classes. I don't negotiate, but my exchange coin is teaching and super, being a professor, so making myself available to some sort. So this tension between Creoleness and Africanness, where, for instance, is part and parcel of his life, where being married to a white wife, is it can be an asset in fundraising. If you read Wayne Frederick's advisor to the Kennedy government, comments on Mondlane, he's a cool guy, nice, he's speaking his English as much, he speaks a language, or has to be spoken in a language you speak. I don't know many African now. I don't see this brand. So this is good, but it becomes a liability, something easily used in Dar es Salaam by Karume, by this whole tension in what Nyerere or rumor was Pan-African Dar es Salaam. So what it can be useful in gathering and relaying diplomatic support, and he was the master in diplomacy. He's the only person I'm aware, the only national front I'm aware of that managed to get support from all over the world. The Chinese, there are people are killing each other. The Chinese, the Russian, Yugoslavian. Don't you forget that Yugoslavia was the third component. I know because my family was related to people, but it's not Chinese, not Russian. My father was a Filipino. The Scandinavian, the Italian Communist Party, the Catholic Church. I discovered, for instance, later an interesting exchange with Lapida, Paolo Israel. You remember who Lapida was in Florence? And so this whole connection with Italian Catholic communists is he was looking for in-between solutions, and it was as Eduardo Morlana Jr. his son said, he had put all his egg in his basket, unfortunately, of the Kennedy administration. He's one of the many Africans who was disappointed, flabbergasted by the assassination of Kennedy 1 and Kennedy 2, John and Bob, because he was convinced, even when he moves back to Ghana, the first time he takes leave of absence. I'm finishing. Even the second time, I'm almost about to finish. Even the second time I discovered Teresa that he moves from Syracuse to Dar, he doesn't quit. He takes time on leave of absence from Syracuse. He was convinced that by coming to Dar, in 3-4 years, we would have got independence. Very many intelligent people in those days believed that Portuguese would have their language. Foolishness was not part of this plan. Okay, let's finish by saying that my research, I really finish in 30 seconds. My research focus starts, it cannot be but a collaborative project. Teresa is here, Pauline is here, many of my sources and masters in many ways, inspirers are here in the room, Zamparoni anyway. So thank you. Perhaps my contribution is to the rather than the roots of Montblanc that have been explored by other people, to the roots of Montblanc, to this network, and with an emphasis on Johnny and Dar, a Pan-African city and another Pan-African city. Thank you so much.
From Cassandra.
28 minutes. Yeah, you did well. Thank you so much. So I think we open for discussion. So we have to mention Carlos, and then Paolo, and then Yusuf. Please.
All right, thank you. Zamparoni. Okay, I was wondering if you could monitor chemistry. Wondering if you could relate your presentation and what you talk about Mozambique to Cabral's theory on the class suicide. He said that there is somehow the colonized face an existential dilemma, betray the revolution or commit class suicide. Your discussion about Mozambique kind of theorization. Fanon also talks about the revolutionary peasantry, that distrustful about the cities. Cabral also a little bit, the cities, that it's the place of this colonized elite and assimilated into co-opted by colonialism.
Sabe, preferes português ou inglês?
Eu prefiro em português.
Posso querer maybe depois in
No, you can put it in English.
In English. Okay. I'm also kind of asking the same, a similar question with whether you can sort of discuss your case in a kind of broader African context, and especially think about the Portuguese colonial system, which was somewhat of a hybrid between the sort of British indirect rule system, but with this assimilado thing, which is more similar to the French, where you have this possibility of course, whole and racialized. So thinking about Mamdani's argument, let's say about citizen and subject, I mean, I know there's been debates, but how do you locate this within broader arguments in African history? And then Livio, I mean, I'm going to repeat somewhat the question that we asked when you were in the Western Cape. I mean, clearly, you know, there's much has been written about the identification of the biographer with the biographical subject, and I mean, obviously, you have an identification with Mondlane as a network man, as a master fundraiser, as a cosmopolitan man. So you can speak a bit about that. But I mean, the core question is, can you think about your work in the context of its liberation script travel that we're discussing? And the question is, are you writing a hagiography?
My question is, so that's a trouble.
No, I mean, that's a bit provocative. But I mean, okay, sorry. But I mean, so in the rumor of that, how did I mean Mondlane negotiate that in the church that? And I think Colin mentioned it in the white paper in that debate with the students called Mondlane despotic fascist and 68 and that whole. So how can we kind of hear about that student contestation with Mondlane and what's I mean,
I think Paul's a bit right, but you only talk about the positive side of it. So we need to the more polemic.
I have one question for him. Mondlane was a very good everything, diplomacy, anthropology, public relations, etc. How did he left Leo Milas, Saifur Leo Milas come to Dar es Salaam. And it was his decision that would see what you meant. So, Verani, about your question, your presentation, I like it, and I think there is a lot to it yet. There are things which have to be said, discussed, because some of the leaders of people have a lot of problems. Because if you read this guy who wrote the book about the portrait of the colonizer and the Memmi, Albert Memmi. You look at Albert Memmi, you see that a lot of those people which are there, they are also very ambivalent. They hate themselves, they hate the colonizer, and so on. So what do you think about it? And the second thing about the reason why Frelimo decided to be too harsh via those they consider collaborators with the colonial system. In the case of Zambezia, we have, I didn't mention that, but there is a biography of Padre Frelimo, where you can find a lot of data about what was going on. And in the case of Zambezia, everyone who was near the governor Groveta was sent away. They were not jailed, but they were in Maputo doing nothing. People who were the national directors, heads of companies, and so on. And there is also this conversation. I don't know if you were with me. We had a conversation with Herman Pagan, and Herman Pagan in Pemba, and he said, "Look, what we have to do is to finish this because all the capable quadros which I have, they can't work. I want a letter written and typed. I have to speak to A, but he can't do it because he is compromised." So there was also a problem of labor capacities, etc. So what do you think about it? Why they didn't do it before? Why they had to castigate the street? What do you say?
Let's
Punish. Castigate.
Muito interessante. Also, very interesting what you said. I am thinking loud, and I asked you to help me. I remember that during the course that Mário de Andrade gave us, Mário de Andrade and Maria do Céu Reis gave us on the liberation movements. One of the things he said is that while looking at Amílcar Cabral, Eduardo Mondlane, and Agostinho Neto, he had this idea that Mondlane was the only one that had never needed to go to its origins to re-Africanize himself. So I would like you to comment on that, you both perhaps, because it is also related. Yeah. What he wanted to say about that. Is it true? And what does this mean? Okay, thank you very much.
So we still have 2 incoming questions. We close this way. I give you the word, and later we start again.
We have to be quick. Yeah, perhaps 2 minutes each.
Okay, then I take the questions. Okay. Yeah, 3 questions. Please be quick.
Thank you so much, both of you. So I'm Professor Zamper.
Can you speak very low because my English is very, very slow.
So for your presentation, I found it very interesting. I didn't know in the Portuguese colonization that behavior factored in, not just race. And so based on our prior discussions of Songor, it makes me also think about the weight of identity that, you know, the idea of it being pluralistic, that it actually did have value in this society. And so I was wondering, were there members of Frelimo who would maybe try and indigenize their behavior in order not to be classified as the assimilados as well? Was there kind of sort of a reverse behavior going on? And then for Professor Livio, I really like what you mentioned about the tension between Creoleness and Africanness, and you mentioned it in terms of Mondlane's white spouse too, and just that tension. So my question is, was there any self-reflection on his part? And is there also a gender lens to the idea that liberation is inherently masculine and happens to the Black male? There's almost not really a need for Black women. And I'm almost connecting it to the reality of a lot of colonization, a lot of even just the creation of mixed or mestizo people happen through the Black woman. So I wonder if there's any discussion about that gender aspect to liberation.
Okay, let's make it shorter.
Thank you. That's a wonderful presentation from Professor Simpósio. So my question is, how did the process of mental decolonization in Mozambique help in uniting society?
Thank you so much.
I just one short question for you. What we have been hearing, I'm not ready. What we have been hearing, just become part of the whole narrative in Tanzania, is that it was Nyerere who persuaded Mondlane to come to Dar es Salaam to head Freddie. Is that true? That's my short question. On the question of race, I'm talking from memory. The fact that Mondlane was married to a white woman, and the Santos was married also to a white woman. Actually, within the revolutionary students at the University of Dar es Salaam, there was very ambivalent attitude, right? Of course, there were fellow travelers who were outright racist, but even within the core revolutionary students, as I said, there were ambivalence. To the extent that sometimes you got these rather demagogic students, making accusations of CIA penetration. Again, in your research, you have a couple of things. And final question, although it's not directly somehow related to Onlan, is that after Onlan's death, of course, there was some issue about succession, right? And one of the leaders was William Mann. And the revolutionary movement of which I was a part, and liberation movements always looked to the University of Dar es Salaam. What is the revolutionary front saying? Took a position that Simango was the right thing. It did not go down well, the liberation movements. And the center's message is that, you guys don't know enough. But then, Yarere, in the very initial period, came out with this framework. Simango, Marcelino, and someone. And I think we were heard, some Marshall was not happy. Okay, so I don't know whether you can how authentic this is.
Thank you so much for all wonderful questions. So, please take your time.
Nesse texto eu não cito, na versão comprida, na versão longa, é claro que eu dialogo com o Fanon e com o Cabral, e a ideia de suicídio de classe está muito claro na reunião dos comprometidos. Ou seja, é uma tentativa de fazer com que aquelas pessoas que seriam da classe dos assimilados, que aderiram ao regime, que estiveram envolvidos com o regime, fizessem uma espécie de confissão de que eles estavam mudando. Por isso que eu falo que é um ritual de purificação, de reintegração na sociedade.
In the long version of the paper, this whole ritual of purification, I suppose, is detailed. They want them in many ways to confess that they are.
Difere um pouco, essa perspectiva difere um pouco do Cabral, de suicídio de classe, porque o Cabral supõe uma mudança de consciência, e essa mudança de consciência pode ocorrer somente ao longo de um tempo de amadurecimento, que é diferente de uma confissão pública, que não significa necessariamente uma mudança de consciência.
Cabral had a different perspective, perception on this change. It was a change in consciousness, in awareness that would occur along a certain period of time. It was not a matter of confessing and reverting what's going on in a sudden.
Nesse caso, talvez nós pudéssemos aplicar a noção do Cabral muito mais àqueles indivíduos que, embora pudessem ser, sob o ponto de vista da estrutura colonial, classificados como assimilados, que integraram um novo projeto de independência. Ou seja, eles romperam, de certa maneira, com a sua condição de classe, ou seja, de condição social que seria equivalente aos assimilados, para construir um projeto anticolonial.
Many of these anti-colonial Creoles, they had escaped their own class constrictions and limitations to engage in the anti-colonial struggle.
Paulo, não sei se compreendi bem, mas é claro que esse não é um fenômeno exclusivo de Moçambique. Em várias colônias surgiram esse pequeno grupo de uma emergente pequena burguesia em torno intelectuais locais, em torno dos periódicos, em torno de associações.
Obviously not the process that's been in Mozambique. In many countries, you had this kind of groups of Creole people who rather they run newspapers, the media, the radio. They were literate people.
Aqui,
Literatos, né?
letrados. Aqui há talvez uma especificidade nessa condição dúbia que eles mantêm, porque, ao mesmo tempo que eles criticavam ferozmente as práticas coloniais, eles defendiam o colonialismo português.
There is a double consciousness here in many ways, because as much as they were annoyed with the day-to-day of colonial life, they were, in other ways, defending Portuguese colonialism.
Por uma razão.
For one reason.
A existência social deles derivava da dominação colonial portuguesa e do uso que eles faziam da língua portuguesa.
For one reason, because their own existence depended on the colonial rule and on the use they made of the Portuguese language.
Eles temiam que essa região fosse anexada pela África do Sul.
They were scared, they were afraid that this part of the world might have been annexed by the South African Union.
A anexação à África do Sul ia rebaixar o seu estatuto social de maneira irreversível, tal como praticado na África do Sul.
They were scared that by being annexed to South Africa, their status, in between status, would have been lowered to the same as it were in South Africa.
Nos anos 20, surgiu entre os brancos europeus, ou mesmo nascidos aqui, um projeto, um movimento pela independência de Moçambique.
In the 20s, there was a movement for the independence of Mozambique.
Esse grupo, em torno do jornal, se opôs ardorosamente contra essa ideia.
The group gathering around the newspaper was staunchly against such movement for independence.
Não porque eles fossem fanáticos pelo colonialismo.
Not because they were fanatics about colonialism.
Mas eles sabiam que se a colônia fosse independente, o racismo seria muito maior na medida em que a legislação portuguesa, de alguma maneira, era mais liberal do que aquela que era aplicada aqui na colônia. A legislação colonial, as portarias, eram muito mais excludentes e racistas do que aquela praticada, que emanava diretamente da metrópole.
For simple reasons, because they were afraid that by secession, they would have been ruled by the colonial measures that were often much tougher than the one in the metropole. That is to say, the metropole was more enlightened than the colonies.
Não sei se entendi bem, me corrija. Claro que o MEMI é uma referência incontornável nesse processo. Todas essas pessoas que foram colaboradores, considerados colaboradores para o Perlino, poderiam ser enquadrados naquilo que o Fanon classifica, e depois o MEMI explica de maneira muito mais explícita. Mas, eu acho que o processo de reuniões com os comprometidos teve a intenção de neutralizar oposição. Então, se o colonialismo cooptou, desde os anos 30, sobretudo, com o salazarismo, um grupo muito forte desses ditos assimilados, e tentou cooptar, no momento do governo de transição, né? Todos aqueles nomes que vocês conhecem, Joana, Estácio, etc., etc., Arouca, Estácio não Arouca. O exercício da reunião dos comprometidos foi justamente para tentar cooptar essa gente para o projeto da Frelimo, mesmo que nominalmente, para evitar a emergência de oposição. Era neutralizar o perigo que essa gente poderia oferecer ao Estado, um ritual de purificação. Então, acho que não sei se entendi bem, mas me parece que é isso. A ideia de punir, como disse, eu acho que é uma ideia cristã, tipicamente cristã, católica, mais do que cristã, e muito porque é uma punição que deriva da não confissão. O Zicali não confessou, saiu preso. Que era tão defensor do regime, que era o caso do Libon, ele admitiu que ele tinha sido erro, citou até um exemplo que ele foi discriminado na África do Sul, quando ele foi à África do Sul, e foi humilhado, ele achava que ele era o senhor. Quando chegou na África do Sul, ele era só mais um preto, como ele disse, e confessou que ele tinha sido comprometido. Ele saiu reabilitado, como se usava o termo na época.
Okay. I'm still a bit flabbergasted by how Israel you stabbed me in my back. I didn't get the questions I expected, and I get really the worst question I could have got. No, I hate geographies, and I'm reading so much at geography in Mozambique. Yeah.
Translation.
It's a matter of my excitement. Você fez assim, eu pensava nisso.
Okay, I guess that's the Bruno was saying that in the meeting of the compromises was an act of unification, right? And one of the first targets of Frelimo was to neutralize opposition, right? And there was all that process of cooptation, these people into right, into their own ideology,
Their project.
into their own projects.
Não tanto para computar esse purificação. Yeah, because the people need to confess your guilt publicly. This confession publicly is okay. You have a sin, but now before the people, you are purified, reintegrated to society. This is ritual is claramente. There are a film about in one session about this, and the documents, the papers produced by Frelimo and published in the press in the moment, phrases, the terminology by Zamora, indicate clear the position of the purification ritual. It's very, very interesting. It's not analyzed this, but this serve Pauling maybe poderia escrever isso sobre isso. O discurso, as palavras.
Colin should be able to write about it.
Porque o especialista em discurso. A ideia do Mário de Andrade dizer que o Mondlane não precisava se africanizar, eu nunca concordei com essa. Porque, da mesma maneira, nunca concordei com essa afirmação do Mário. Porque o que ele chama de africanizar? Eu não entendi. Quer dizer, só porque ele não havia nascido em uma cidade, o fato de ele não ter nascido numa cidade, ter nascido no campo, significa que ele, claro que não é isso, mas o Mondlane percorreu todo o caminho da civilização, civilizatório, como todos os outros. Portanto, como todos os outros. Portanto, essa noção de que eles tinham que se africanizar, o que significa africanizar? Essa questão, essa pergunta eu coloquei a primeira vez que li no livro do Mário de Andrade.
E ser africanizado, no sentido, em qual sentido, torna-o mais legítimo, essa ideia do mais legítimo, a sua narrativa é mais legítima do que outros em relação ao movimento nacionalista? A pergunta que eu fiz para o Bruno Maio. E não estou habilitado a responder, mas tem essas interrogações.
E, ao mesmo tempo, chamava as tradições obscurantismo.
Claro. Não, por isso que a pergunta era do que é.
Não era isso que eu queria dizer.
No, there is no translation.
Let's translate.
Yeah, please. Because my friend is style.
It is not even translated. It's one thing translated. So tem a parte claro.
Não, tem mais duas ou três, mas bom, novamente, membro da Frelimo assimilados, acho que alguém perguntou isso, foi o Sul, não é? Ou não? Não sei, não lembro mais exatamente o que foi dito. Claro que eles não são assimilados no sentido colonial do termo, mas eles retêm
Frelimo, or leadership, was associated to politics that are very were similar in many ways to those demanded by in colonial times being assimilated.
I don't understand your question. Please.
Your answer the question.
Please. I answered it.
Okay, the question was how the process of mental decolonization helped in harmonizing society. And I think you answered it when you talked about the purification and all that, somehow related. So I think you did answer it.
Ele acho que ele já respondeu. Da colonização mental de 90 graus. Quer dizer,
Já respondi.
Okay. Yes, please. Well, so then we see whether there is no time.
Tem duas perguntas?
Não, responda depois as outras.
You asked the question.
Yeah, I'm very nervous because I'm really going to suffer this. I mean it. Excuse me if I expose myself to this, that's the way I feel. I puke when I read all the geography that I'm reading. There is a lot, and I can mention many of them are in David and I'm calling compilation of geographies. It's part of it. They're anyway the important sources to be read. I'm not celebrating a geography at all. And I get a geography when I do interviews with freedom fighters. Would you mind? Yeah. I get a geography when I do interviews with freedom fighters, particularly the acknowledged ones that everybody's dying. We know that. I've done a few to the point that I came to the conclusion that was enough because I got enough geography. So I didn't get the question I would have liked to get because my research is, as I said, is on a different from the one that's been worshipped and reinvented thus far, which is very much selective geography. If I do a geography, Paolo, you bastard, is a seems to make it
very academic.
It's very academic. No, Paolo, seriously. If I'm making a geography, then it's a more complete geography. I'm trying to be more ecumenical. Because the reconstruction of Mondlane's life has been done is, of course, post-mortem. Mondlane didn't have the chance to self-construct himself, as in many ways Mandela and others were lucky enough to be able to do so. His reconstruction was post-mortem and post-nation. He was there before the nation. So that's cast on two edges. On the one end, it's celebrated. I have a note in my film with Mondlane reminds me of Sant'Antonio. Because everybody, if you go to Sant'Antonio's Cathedral in Padua, where it's called Il Santo, is the only one, you see mostly people, Hindu people worshiping Sant'Antonio. So Mondane is everybody, the Lama speaks to the Mondane, it's absolutely. On the other hand, he was not tainted by the nation. And so you see, it's easy to worship Sant'Antonio. And of course, he also did big mistakes, as we say in Portuguese, cagadas, such as the one of, which is a poetical expression, big mistake. Leonidas, cagadas, is the way anthropologists speak in Mozambique. Now let's take it because I was too tough for my the Leonidas, unfortunately, that's typical Yusuf. Yes, interesting question, and he's not a good friend of mine. But the Leonidas, that was his. In fact, in many ways, his time is death penalty, death sentence by admitting Leonidas. He was a stain in his trajectory, according to many interpreters. And it's not a complete that would taint him on the rest, difficult to reconcile. But you see, I'm not prepared. Perhaps that's the difference between me and many others that have been writing about the Sudo Mozambique. I'm not prepared to be as acid as these people. When they come to do research on the Sudo Mozambique Institute, they come with acid already in their pocket. They don't discover the acid in that stuff. They really want to be clean. It was a project that exists if it is critical and acid towards nationalism. An independent struggle. I'm more in line with research. I think that we don't have to throw the baby with the bathwater. My engagement is with independent struggle and what can be salvaged nowadays in independent struggle. And I think that a good biography of Mondani can be a contribution to the salvaging the debris of the independent struggle. This very situation in which you're much better aware than I am. Much better than I am. You all, excuse me. So this is my project is of a different sort, because and plus this is the third book of three books on the making of race and anti-racism across the Atlantic. I didn't say so; I didn't want to bother you. So it has to start with the second book on Jesuits and the invention of Africanism, which was done in Bahia. Start because Mondlane is part of it. He's born with it, so to speak, also with it. And then he detaches himself. And his training in the social sciences is an asset and a liability. Then there is a critical point. And I go even further. I think Mondlane was the wrong person as the head of the team. He overestimated himself. And he should have been a good second person, a good advisor, a good pope, so to speak, to Frelimo. A good pope to Frelimo. He said, because it says of Papa Francisco, a good pope, not a pope. He should have been more a counselor, an ambassador, absolute Marcelino dos Santos with that being. Yeah, that's my prediction. We can make it. And just to conclude, I think
you have what this is for writing the biography.
No, but this is all to begin with. You will be one of the readers of the manuscript when I'm ready. But all of you, because I want to do this in many ways as a collective. Your book on Nyerere, your collected book on Nyerere is a model. In fact, I bought many of them, and one of them I gave to the Mondlane family on Sunday, suggesting that they get together, which is difficult as the friends of the Mondlane family now, and get together, put themselves together, get a team of good people, and they like very much. Just skip through it, of course. But this is the model. A collective. You cannot do something individually. It's ridiculous. But let me finish because really we haven't got much time. His life. This is also what the sons offerings. He saw in his life and Janet's life was part of stuff as they are missionaries. They were missionaries. And missionaries, they're very good people, but they're completely foolish. Foolish with the family, the kids, foolish. They don't see dangers. They do things. You should have not done it. If you have a friend who's a missionary, they go crazy now. What do you do? The same applies to them. They have this combination of arrogance, foolishness, foolhardiness, So I think there's a degree of arrogance, and also the way he faces Sudo Mozambicana. It was one of the greatest disappointment in Mondlane's life, is discovering the students who were going there, not with his motivation, the motivation he had, but they were going there because that was a salvation to them, was a survival strategy. Frelimo was a survival strategy for many refugees. There was the only bloody place where they could eat out of the country. In a fascist country, it was the only getaway. Of course, you get a cohort, a very mixed cohort of people. Not all of them would be warriors. I certainly wouldn't. I'm a born deserter. So, to conclude, in fact, the bridge I want to do in this, not a geography, but is the three killings that are interrelated. All of them have to do with métissage, one way or another. Mondlane, Cabral, and Walter Walding, of whom I had the pleasure of being a student one of the two classes. Anyway, I could say it was one of those. There were three killings, all of them related to the in-betweeners and anti-ethnic. So this is the message. Just to finish, Nyerere was very important, but so was important the old entourage, the old milieu, the old environment of the United Nations. It's open door, the bars, New York, the environment, the meeting, the Pan-African youth style, young people. He showed that things was possible. But Nyerere was the spark. Then he went. Experience in Cameroon was important. And Nyerere was just based, by the way, Nyerere just giving guarantees. The man had 3 kids, was married, had a good job, just bought it. You can imagine, he just bought a house in Syria. You can imagine a professor selling a house. It's difficult sometimes to be tough on Mondlane when you see these details. He said, who's brave enough to invade on such a path? And Nyerere said, listen, you come, we'll protect you. The police is not going to be against you. No, these are important guarantees. So that's it. Thank you.
Yes, we have 2 more questions from Zoom. The first question comes from Olga Iglesias, who says, it's to Professor Zamparoni, considering the research of Aquino de Bragança, in the sense of getting to know the Chironga films of the South, to understand Frelimo. Was it seeking to understand the phenomenon of assimilation as such, to understand the reasons for the contradictions in the middle of the front, or within the front, I guess it's pretty, yes. And the second question comes from Alva Martin Luke.
Vamos primeiro uma e depois a outra. A outra é política.
Yes.
Sim,
yes.
melhor, porque eu sou política. Olga, espero que você ainda esteja online para ouvir a minha resposta. Você perguntou justamente aquilo que eu disse. Ou seja, é uma especulação minha. Por que razão? Se a PVM tinha feito já um trabalho, se aproximava muito do que era o Grêmio Africano, se o Moreira estava no mesmo período que eu, trabalhando sobre isso, por que razão Aquino me escolheu para fazer isso? Na verdade, ele me induziu a estudar esse grupo. Eu acho, e aí é uma suposição, que de fato é isso que acontecia. Ele talvez julgasse que o trabalho da PVM não estava suficientemente situado nesse grupo. Depois a PVM escreveu outros trabalhos bem situados, escreveu uma biografia do João Alvazini, mas naquele momento era a tese de doutorado dela. Então, não estava suficientemente centrado na raiz desse grupo. Às vezes, eu fico pensando que exatamente isso, ou seja, o Aquino tinha consciência dessas contradições, como eu disse, entre um discurso ácido, e que talvez ele considerasse injusto, mas ele também não conhecia esse passado desse grupo. Ele não conhecia. Mas, ele talvez tivesse alguma intuição, porque eu lembro que quando eu e o Paulo Soares começamos a fazer aquela antologia de textos do africano, o Aquino ficava extremamente surpreendido e perguntava assim, mas era isso mesmo que estava lá? Ou seja, os textos que nós recolhemos eram textos que davam um panorama social da cidade, das opiniões sobre o vinho, sobre o chibalo, sobre as prisões, sobre o cotidiano das cantinas, da prostituição, etc, etc. Era um panorama, por isso que, inclusive, chamo o meu trabalho de panorama social de Lourenço Marques, porque, de fato, era isso. E já estava isso naquela antologia de 82, de 83. E o Aquino se admirava muito com isso, né? Porque mostrava que ele, de fato, não conhecia quem era aquele grupo. Por isso que eu me pergunto, será que os nossos estudos acadêmicos ajudaram a mudar um pouco essa leitura que a Frelimo fazia dessa gente? Será que o Aquino circulou com isso, com aquela antologiazinha na mão, para o Marcelino, para alguém mais na frente, falou, está na hora de a gente começar a mudar a nossa opinião sobre isso? Porque depois, em 84, o Marcelino fala isso, reconhece, nunca tinha reconhecido. Reconhece em 84, nessa reunião com os cooperantes na feira, e depois há um silêncio total. Eu não encontrei, eu posso estar enganado, mas eu não encontrei nenhum outro discurso da Frelimo que mencionasse a palavra assimilados. Então, é uma interrogação, eu concordo, Olga, é exatamente isso. Acho que havia uma percepção de que a narrativa da Frelimo era uma um advogado branco que escreveu o estatuto, foi aprovado em menos de um mês, enquanto do Brasil africano demorou 12 anos, do Grêmio africano demorou quase 20 anos para ser aprovado, e mesmo assim foi depois proibido. Nessa sede do Instituto Negrófilo tinha salão de dança, salão de chá, tinha ginásio para fazer exercícios, etc. E o Grêmio africano nunca teve isso, nunca pôde fazer isso. Então, o governo colonial apoiou esse grupo, e esse grupo retribuiu com apoio ideológico. O exemplo foi o caso do Libombo. Né?
Okay, the second question from Zoom comes from Alba Martin. And the question is to Professor Levy. And Alba Martin Luke says, sorry, if I repeat something, the sound of the room is very bad. I would like you to expand on more like thinking during books, during the years of this practice. Evolutions, contradictions, changes. I understand that Morian's idea, Morian's idea of the struggle and even of Frelimo's role changed during the armed conflict and in parallel to his declining leadership, 1966-1969. I was wondering if you found more on this, on the letters you mentioned sent to other scholars in these years in Dar es Salaam. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alba, and thank you, Olga. So, what is yours?
Yeah. Excuse me for not having translated the last speech, for example, but I was thinking what to answer to Alba. It's difficult
Alba, I hope you're doing good. It's a question that would take too long to answer in detail. There is a problem that it's managed access to the letters of Mondlane to Janet from mid-57, to the end of his life, and those will be the most revealing letters. Part of these letters, for some reasons, I found in the Frelimo archive by accident, and as much as in the even more stupid accident in many ways, more accidental accident in the Revolution Museum, the Museo della Rivoluzione, which has an archive, which is in even worse conditions. So it has, yes, Mondlane toughens with the armed struggle. How else? What do you expect from a person? He resorts to armed struggle very much against his will, because he had to. Plus, daily life in Dar es Salaam, particularly in the Frelimo office, was very, very tough. It was a social center, a social work center. Believe it or not, much of the correspondence in the Frelimo archive concerns car tires, engine collapse, not enough shima, rice, shoes. I would say 50% of the exchange is how to keep these people alive. The kitchen that they stopped working. And there's another section, which is not my priority, on the acquisition of weapons, which is not my part, but on acquisition of military equipment, trucks, and things. So can you imagine Mondlane coming to the rest, and often typical of everything had to be countersigned with Mondlane. So even if things were selected, everything had to come to his state, which was not a very efficient thing to do. So he had very little time for other things. Plus, he had to travel a lot. You can see the very last years, Alba, he has to give up a number of invitations, but still, until the very end, in December 68, end of, it was very cold anyway, it was snow, perhaps the end of November, early December 68, goes to Chicago to a meeting of the alumni of Northwestern, and he goes to Syracuse again in the snow. So I think it must have been this December, to participate in conferences with Black activists in Chicago. There was Syracuse, give a couple of classes. So until the very end, he keeps his network. And of course, this tours to the United States or Europe were also fundraising tours. We're not only lecture tours such as I do, or we do. And there are letters, particularly Marvin Harris and other people. He keeps on exchanging letters until the very end. But there is a toughening of the situations. And repeat, the world Cold War has been not so much used in this, but Cold War is a severe limitation to people's biography. Inherent in between, such as Mondlane, with his mestizo logic, though it was a repeat black man mestizo, and no, there was no place for them, non-ethnic, non-people like him. He was the wrong person, the wrong moment, the wrong moment, in the wrong period. Particularly with the demise of the Kennedy family. Who would have imagined? This is what Nielette Mondlane told me on Sunday. A very key question. Who would have imagined John Kennedy being assassinated and soon after Bob Kennedy? So he was sure that he would have had the backing. The American would have put pressure on Portugal. He was sure. He lost, as many other people lost their life because of this.
Okay, so much. The head of our panel. I think they deserve more applause.
So we have to be back at 2:30, enough time, because Elisio Macamo will be the first one, and those of you who know Elisio Macamo, he wants to be on.
Thank you, thank you.
Teve um golpe da pequena, teve muita falsa, mas teve um golpe de Estado. Teve um
Good afternoon, everybody. We are now moving to the last panel, last but not least, the last panel of this wonderful conference. Let me add, before we, excuse me, there is there will be Professor Peter Simatei talking about Kenyatta after we finish. At the end of this panel, there comes Simatei. There will be no interruption. The rest will be, and then we will have the final round and the book launch. The final round discussion. But I suggest that we will have the discussion about the 3 papers now, and then Simatei presents his paper from Moy. Short discussion. We're on time. It's not on the paper. It is on the paper. He broke his foot. It should have been on the first day. It's been moved to the day. So, but after this panel. After this panel, and I want you please to share it to everything. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to have a slide. So the title of the panel is The Struggle for Memory and Heritage in Mozambique, in brackets. And we have 3 speakers in the panel. We are going to change a little bit the order of the speakers because Prof. Ngoenya is on his way from the airport at the gate. So we're going to start with Professor Lizu Mahakamo, who is going to speak about tragic biographies of heroes of villains, a bit more villains in the picture. And Professor Mahakamo is Professor of Sociology and African Studies at the University of Basel in Switzerland. Welcome. Elisio, and let's hope this soon works. So you have 30 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Livio. I think this is the scariest conference I've ever attended online. I hardly ever see anyone. The only real people are those who, like me, are attending online. The rest sound like a sect, mumbling away serious stuff between brief and long silences that add mystique to the whole atmosphere, laughing at Livio's jokes, which I cannot hear, and blaming Zoom, the devil, from time to time for all sorts of breakdowns. I'm not even sure whether Zamparoni this morning concluded 3 times or only once, but that's okay. It's Halloween, and thank you for inviting me. Now, the people who fought for our freedom in Africa found themselves in a double bind. On the one hand, they responded to an individual calling to strive for their dignity, but on the other, they carried on their shoulders the burden of creating conditions that would secure human dignity for those they would release into a post-colonial world. In a sense, they bound their fate with their ability to deliver on the promise of dignity for all. We all recognize this, but in my view, we have not taken it sufficiently into account to shed light on the predicament of independence. There's something remarkable about the trajectory of the founding fathers of African independence. If I take 3 criteria, namely endurance, ousting, and assassination, then I note, for instance, that 5 of these early leaders were assassinated, 17 were overthrown by a coup d'etat, and those who were neither assassinated nor ousted served for very long periods of time, with an average of over 20 years in office. As far as coup d'etats are concerned, North and West Africa top every list of attempted coups. Sudan with 17, Ghana 10, Sierra Leone 10, Burkina Faso 9, all but 1 successful. Nigeria, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, and Benin 8, top of the list. In Southern Africa, except for Lesotho and Eswatini, and perhaps unsuccessful attempts in Angola, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe, the method of choice for regime change is civil war. While the number of coup attempts has diminished in recent years, that is from the end of the 80s compared to the period between 1950 and 1980, they have been more successful than previously, suggesting either that Africans have perfected the art or that our institutions are much weaker than they used to be. Whatever the answer to this particular question, there's something of interest that we can elicit from these figures. So in this presentation, I want to suggest that we can read these figures against the background of what I would like to describe as tragic biographies. I focus on the generation of African leaders who led their countries to independence. So not on single individuals, perhaps in the same manner that Zamparoni spoke this morning of social biographies. And there are two reasons for this. One, probably an unfair one, is that what became of Africa after independence might be their responsibility. And the second reason is more conceptual. I'm trying to approach the challenge of thinking about biographies and liberation by asking questions about the structural factors that went into the writing of the lives of the men and women who brought liberation to Africa. I speak of tragic biographies in a very specific sense, drawing loosely from the general notion of Greek tragedy to understand the predicament the generation that fought for self-determination in Africa faced. The Greeks understood tragedy as the story of an individual who carries a character flaw that becomes his or her undoing. In this sense, I'm trying to engage in a kind of historical sociology to find out whether this might be a helpful avenue down which we should go to elicit insights about Africa's current problems. So is there anything in the constitution of the biographies of these men and women that is instructive for our attempts at understanding where we are going, and the options we have to choose from? Now, the Greeks are said to have claimed something like, show me a hero and I can write a tragedy for him. They developed a narrative structure from which I borrow three elements, namely prologue, paradox, and exodus. The prologue prepares the action, as it were, while paradox signifies the entry of the chorus to explain the prologue, and exodus concludes the narrative with the final lines being sung by the chorus. There are, of course, more elements, but I mentioned these three because I think they are the ones that I can easily articulate with the plot of independence in Africa. The colonial period corresponds in my approach to the prologue, as it is the moment when the scene is set. The struggle for independence hails the chorus entrance, that is how more and more people seize the word to offer accounts of colonialism, which will determine how the story will proceed and perhaps even end. And the exodus has not come yet, but it announces itself like the challenges Africa faces as it strives for statehood and nationhood. So here I focus on the first moment. In the paper, if I ever write that I want to put forward, I'm interested in the political logic of colonialism. So I use Partha Chatterjee's concept of political society to focus on what I take to be the fundamental legacy of colonialism. Chatterjee defines political society as that segment of colonial society that signifies bare existence and survival. So political society describes a form of politics centered around governing individuals. To understand the meaning of the concept, it is perhaps necessary to contrast it, as Chatterjee himself does, with civil society. While the latter refers to modernization through the fostering of a public sphere, which is entertained by citizens, that is, rights-bearing individuals, the former is the realm of those who have no voice to hold governments accountable. I think you can look at this distinction in more or less the same manner that Mahmoud Mamdani discussed citizen and subject. Civil society implies the existence of citizens, whereas political society implies subjects. So the critical distinction I'm making is between deliberation and governing. I draw from this concept of political society to suggest ways of describing a structural flaw that became the political legacy of colonialism. I think it can enable us to understand the context within which the liberation struggle took place and became the larger canvas against which biographies became tragic. This flaw limited what the generation that fought for independence could achieve. Now, if this sounds deterministic, that is perhaps because it is. For the idea of biography suggests a kind of agency that is hard to achieve when social action occurs within a historical framework. This is not to say that there are no great women and men in history. While these may exist, it is equally relevant to consider the possibility that their achievements are more likely to be an artifact of structural constraints. Now, the structural flaw consists of a hiatus in the narrative of liberation. Fighting for independence meant, in theoretical terms, aiming at building robust civil societies to secure the reproduction of the liberation project. And I'm not making a normative argument. I'm saying that the struggle for independence was a moral argument premised on creating the conditions within which ideas of human dignity could find fruition. And this does not even imply that such conditions had to be those found in liberal democracies. For in principle, even forms of popular democracy, African democracy, or even Marxist democracy would have relevant answers to such a moral challenge. However, the task of building nation states bore on political society, that is, on governing as opposed to deliberating. In other words, the challenge consisted in meeting the material needs of large populations. I'm not suggesting that these demands were necessarily incompatible, although given the very specific circumstances under which most countries achieved independence, it was easy for leaders to be led to believe that governing people to meet their survival needs was more important and immediate than securing the normative project. So the logic of political society gave the new leaders a conceptual and political vocabulary with which they could fool themselves into thinking that governing was the primary task. This is not essentially different from how colonial regimes had given legitimacy to their rule. So political society represented somehow a continuity with colonialism. Now, the hiatus separating the need to govern from the normative project of independence placed a burden too heavy to carry on those who fought for independence. The key to understanding this hiatus is the contingent nature of history. The liberation struggle took place within the framework of a history with little room and options for imagining emancipation in ways inconsistent with global structures. So while freedom from colonialism was a genuine desire underlying the struggle for self-determination, the language to frame this desire was not necessarily vernacular. There was a real world to come to terms with, which provided the vocabulary to express the morality of the struggle. And this vocabulary was that of political society in opposition to civil society. The pull of political society drove the early generation of leaders down a path which actually meant their perdition, as it were. So the case of Mozambique is particularly instructive. We like to think of Frelimo's commitment to Marxism as a conscious choice that documented the autonomy of its leading members. While there is a grain of truth to this, I think it would be problematic to leave it at that. Frelimo chose from structurally available options, that is, political society or civil society. It chose political society, and the reason why it did so has less to do with its commitment to social justice and more with the colonial predicament of governing the governed. I think João Paulo Borges Coelho was correct in describing Frelimo's historiography as a fable in which the past exists to make Frelimo necessary. I have described the same phenomena with the notion of political teleology. Now, the issue I want to try to discuss is the option for scientific socialism, which was made official in 1977 with the proclamation of Frelimo as the vanguard party of the Workers' and Peasants' Alliance. This decision ended the struggle for independence as a civil society project and transformed it into a political society project, which was particular to the liberators. One thing that should be avoided at all costs here is, of course, to accuse those members, and by extension, the whole Frelimo party, of opportunism, as the French academic Michel Caillan has done. That is, to accuse them of having used Marxism simply to seize power and keep it. I do not make that assumption. The commitment to Marxism was a response to the structural flaw of colonialism, and in this sense, it was genuine. Our liberators believed in a just society, one free from the exploitation of man by man, as they said, and in their work of building the post-colonial state, I think they tried to create a society marked by social justice and equal opportunity. The only problem with that was that it was not premised on civil society and deliberation, but on political society, that is, on the right of the liberators to decide what the problems were and how they should be addressed within the framework of governing the governed. The big problem for these liberators was that they mistook their individual preferences and experiences for the collective preferences and experiences of the Mozambicans. They assumed that their reading of history was the only right and legitimate one, allowing no other. The analytical tool they used to do this was historical fatalism. That is, the idea that what happens by the will of history itself, not by the will of the people who make history. The proclamation of Mozambique as a revolutionary project imposed itself in their eyes as the logical corollary of the history of colonial oppression combined with capitalism, which made the socialist revolution the answer to the nationalist movement. And here again, we have Coelho's history as a fable. Fighting for independence without the aim of creating a socialist society became an incoherent and illogical project in the eyes of the liberators. There are 3 exciting interviews by Aquino de Bragança with Mandani Samora and even Robert Mugabe. The questions are the same and the answers are too. Where do they think the struggle is heading, he asks, and all 3, at separate moments, answer that the struggle is heading towards the creation of a socialist society, for anything else would make no sense. The 3 were, as it were, on their road to Damascus, like St. Paul when he was converted. It is in fact the story of conversion that has little to do with lived reality, but more with the individual capacity to reinterpret life according to a particular belief system. Samora Machel, in one of the most dramatic moments of credulity, even stated that when he read Marx for the first time, he realized that he was in fact reading it for the second time, because his whole life was a narrative of what was described in Marx's works, that is the experience of the exploitation of man by man. It's really not different from what a convert to a Pentecostal evangelical sect, who, thanks to the reference system provided by that particular interpretation of the Bible, can analyze his life more coherently as a life of sin and darkness. This observation does not make the Damascus experience false. It only shows something that Frelimo historiography has systematically misrepresented. It was not the colonial experience that made the socialist revolution unavoidable. It was the structural flaw of colonialism and the hiatus it created between political society and civil society that was interpreted by the liberators as limiting the choices to governing and not to deliberating. The Communist Manifesto of 1848, the year of the European Revolution, with its brilliant prose and wonderful arguments, helps us understand the blackout that 1977 made official in Mozambique. In that paper, Marx and Engels redefine our understanding of politics as a class struggle, that is, as the implacable opposition between the bourgeoisie, holding the means of production, and the proletariat, which has only its labor power to offer. Political transformation occurs at the level of the transformation of the relations of production. It is inevitable because it is demanded by historical materialism, that is, by the dynamics of class struggle. And it is the only legitimate one with no room for any negotiation whatsoever, because the interests of the exploited and the exploiters are incompatible. God, to recover the religious analogies, makes no compromise with the devil.
Minutes of this speech, I think, really broke up. So maybe if you can kind of backtrack a couple of minutes for us to pick up this story about the technical problems.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I will just randomly pick up a place to start. Maybe I was saying that the Communist Manifesto of 1848, with its brilliant prose and great arguments, helps us understand the blackout that 1977 made official in Mozambique. In that paper, Marx and Engels redefine our understanding of politics as a class struggle, that is, as the implacable opposition between the bourgeoisie, holding the means of production, and the proletariat, which has only its labor power to offer. So political transformation occurs at the level of the transformation of the relations of production. It is inevitable because it is demanded by historical materialism, that is, by the dynamics of class struggle, and is the only legitimate one, with no room for any negotiation whatsoever, because the interests of the exploited and the exploiters are incompatible. So God, to come back to the religious analogy, makes no compromise with the devil. I think Frelimo appropriated this rhetoric. There's nothing wrong with believing in a more just world. However, The commitment to political society paved the way for the liberators in Mozambique to become villains. It is not, in my view, revolutionary fervor that explains the intolerance of those who thought different, to those who thought in a different way, all of whom were seen as enemies of the fatherland at best, and people that should be shot down at worst, executed. It was the commitment to political society which failed to see the so-called reactionaries not necessarily as people who were against Mozambican independence, but rather as Mozambicans who had a different idea of that independence. Civil society would have given them the legitimacy to be different and express their difference. Political society, however, put them on a collision course with those who had discovered the truth. This is incidentally why it is necessary, now that I'm speaking about these things, to rehabilitate those who fell into disgrace, not because they had a better project for Mozambique, but because they were victims of the folly of political society. And I'm not talking about criminal accountability. I'm only talking of honest recognition of historical injustice. So when I claim that heroes became villains, I do not mean to say that Frelimo was or that Frelimo is evil now. I see men and women who genuinely believed in a better world possible by applying the tools Marxism gave them. Not even the excesses reflect a congenital evil. I think they are the manifestation of what is possible when beliefs are strong, when these beliefs are founded on good intentions. Contrary to the idea deeply rooted in the minds of many Frelimo militants at the time, according to which it was necessary to exercise power ruthlessly to produce a better world, the challenge that independence set us, and which we have been putting off, was to control the exercise of power to prevent people with good intentions from doing us harm. So to make perhaps a disclaimer, I have always been a Frelimo sympathizer, and for the time being, and despite everything, I see no reason to stop being one. But unlike many, I do so because I admire the courage of those men and women who defied all the odds. It is from this identification that I question Frelimo and try to contribute so that it may live up to its historical legacy, so well represented by Mondlani's identity with a Mozambique that is constituted by the creation of opportunities for all to realize their potential. I think Mondlani's cosmopolitan nationalism was founded on a civil society reading of the struggle, but his early death may have protected him from being lured by political society. So the heroes became villains by betraying their struggle. They fought against Portuguese colonialism, and in the process, by committing themselves to political society, they developed an ideal of a society that corresponded to their wishes, not necessarily to the wishes of those for whose sake they fought. So the moment of betrayal consisted in responding to the structural flaw by choosing to govern, not to deliberate. They used the historical fact of having led the anti-colonial struggle to derive the right not only to define what Mozambique would be, but also to proclaim themselves the infallible interpreters of the people's will. The people, however, was only a useful fiction that described the governed, that is, the subjects without agency. Instead of focusing on building a state that would protect newborn Mozambicans from the kind of excesses that the colonial regime had committed in its arrogance of civilization, if you like, Frelimo adopted the same kind of arrogance, this time a socialist one, to maintain its prerogative of violating the human dignity of the new subjects under the cover of a narrative of good intentions. The summary executions of traitors of a non-existence homeland fit here to people like Simango or Simiao and others. They were not executed in circumstances that officially remain unknown in the country because they betrayed the homeland. They were executed because their different thinking, whether good or bad, called into question Frelimo's prerogative to define who was truly Mozambican and consequently to interpret its will. It was not the belief again in Marxism that led the liberators to commit this and other excesses, such as public executions, Operação Produção, and the reintroduction of corporal punishment in the penal system. It was not the exercise of absolute power whose moderation depended only on those in power. It was not even the idea that when someone has good intentions, no control over their power is necessary. It was the structural flaw of colonialism which made political society more attractive to the liberators. It was the attraction of governing over deliberating that turned otherwise decent people into monsters. So we need to understand this properly to be able to formulate a political sociology which can help us understand the problems we face today. So my conclusion will be brief. The biographies of our liberators became tragic because of how they were forced to choose to govern over deliberating. Their failure to escape the allure of political society made these heroes into potential and often actual villains. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. And so we welcome Teresa Montoya, who is with us now. We're going to proceed with Teresa as planned. So Teresa is going to speak about heroes, memories, and narrative in the history of the armed struggle of the nation in Liberation in Mozambique. Teresa Silva, she doesn't need introduction, but I am supposed to introduce anyhow. Yeah, but if I'm too close, then it does that terrible noise. Is a historian and a full professor from the Eduardo Mondlane University, is affiliated to the African Studies Center, and she has written about many things: the liberation movement, history of religion, youth, gender, etc. So thank you
very much. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to be present in this meeting. This is a very particular initiative where we have an occasion to meet old friends and colleagues in the process of sharing and exchanging ideas. Being a Portuguese speaker, I also would like to ask your indulgence to my Google English, as Isabel said yesterday or 2 days ago. But I think that the important thing is to be able to communicate. Yes. I will start with a very, very brief introduction on the place of history. I have some problems because I don't know if you say place of history in English. I don't know if you say lieu de mémoire or place or site of memory. So it's a little bit difficult sometimes to translate some concepts to English or Portuguese or French or whatever. So I think that I will be clear enough so you will understand what I mean by this or that. So I will start with a very, very brief introduction on the place of history in Africa and the role of historical narratives, and then I will focus on the sites of memory in French, the lieu de mémoire, and the biographical and autobiographical narratives in the contemporary history of Mozambique, ending with a final note on some challenges and complexities of the historical narrative in the context of the history of Mozambique today. The history of Africa, as we all know, as an academic discipline, began to have relevance only after the 50s and the 60s with the development of the decolonization process and African national independence. Revisiting the institution and development of this discipline on the continent shows the production of a history of Africa focused and concentrated around themes and sought to refute the idea of a continent without history, where Africans previously seen as the object of history have become the subject of the same history, and where the nationalist narrative assumed a privileged place. This is a phase of re-evaluation of the history of the continent, which went hand in hand with the growth of the so-called development universities. This is a period of intense historiographical production, and is usually known as the golden age of African historiography. From the 70s onwards, historiography gained a specific interest in social history and intellectual history, where historical narrative began to assume a prominent role. The new currents of history that developed from the 80s onwards reinforced the importance that the historical narrative has already been playing and the perspectives of its analysis and renewal. The developments that characterize the new interests in the narrative by the end of 20th century brought to the center of the debate issues such as memory, history, identity, narrative, and historical representation, as well as testimony. To discuss memory, history, and narrative, I will use some illustrations related with the memories on Eduardo Mondlane and references to some biographies and autobiographies, particularly the ones that was published after 2000. In official speeches or documents and in general in historical narratives built after national independence, yesterday as today, Mondlane is designated as the architect of unity. Due to his role in the development of Frelimo and the way he tried to deal with liberation from diversity and the internal conflicts emerged during the period of his leadership. Working with the life history of Eduardo Mondlane, a prominent national hero, the first president of Frelimo, assassinated in Dar es Salaam in 1969, obliges us to be aware of the existence of official and ideologizing stories or myths resulting from the popular imagination of real history. Revisiting the research I carried out on the life of Eduardo Mondlane, my choice for the period that covers the constitution of his identity, his childhood, and the period between his youth and his election as president of Frelimo clearly reflects my attempt to escape the ideologization of memory and celebrations of unique official histories. However, during my work, during the different years, I found that the idea of escaping the obstacles I mentioned is relative, being more important to be permanently attentive and maintain reflective attitude in our scientific practices. During my research work, apart from written sources, I dealt with smooth structure interviews and life stories, where I interviewed several Swiss missionaries who knew, protected in commons, and lived with Mondane. Several members of the Presbyterian Church of Mozambique, former Swiss mission, and the Church of Mondane, as was referred by Livio this morning. Also friends, colleagues, family, and anonymous people. In these interviews, it was possible to see that several years after the death of Mondane and the independence of Mozambique was the Frelimo victory against Portuguese colonialism, and the achievements of Mondane was reinterpreted in the light of present history, also giving prominence to the Swiss mission and some of its missionaries. The work I carried out allowed me to conclude that my interviews with Swiss missionaries are excellent illustrations of the configuration and reconfiguration of the narratives about Mondane and Frelimo, where the protagonists of action and its contours were moved to other places and positions according to the context of narrative production, which also allow us to assess the impact of the present in discerning and narrating the past. In the popular imagination, the figure of Eduardo Mondane also gave rise to various interpretations and reinterpretations of his life, shrouded in myths. The most outstanding cases that I mentioned in some writings refer to first, Mondane's visit to Mozambique in 1961, while he was a staff member of the United Nations, and this trip to the current provinces of Gaza and Inhambane, where he met his family and friends. And second, still in 61, Eduardo Mondane's speech, now reproduced into audio in English, Portuguese, and Xandan, when he addressed the members of his church in Lourenço Mar, in the parish of Xamacutu. In the first case, small incidents that delayed the trip led to the development of stories and myths that ended up drawing a possible conspiracy against Mondane and his family, involving the existence of a bomb in his car, which was never confirmed. In the second case, Mondane used the James Agay parable of the eagle, which Issa refers in his book where he wrote about Mondane, whose interpretation, with the most varied versions, refers to the question that we are all human beings. Even though it was a metaphor, it quickly transformed the figure of Mondane into the liberator of the homeland, which resulted in a greater aggressiveness on the part of the Portuguese political police, resulting in arrests of several Mozambicans at that time. Either the interviews I conducted or the varied interpretations of Mondane's visit to Mozambique in 1961, those narratives reveal the bonds of belonging that linked Mondane to my interviews. A reading of the narratives allowed us to confirm in other cases that its configuration was based on either the constitution of personal identities, which linked Mondane to the Swiss missionaries, or his friends, and community identities based on religion and nationality. After the assassination of Eduardo Mondane on 3rd February 1969, the date was designated Mozambican Heroes Day, Dia dos Heróis Moçambicanos, a tribute to his work and leadership. The crypt situated in the Hero Square, Praça dos Heróis, in the capital city, Maputo, where his remains are laid, and the various monuments that are reproduced all over the country, symbolically celebrating the heroes of the homeland, illustrate some of the space where memory, it is fixed and must be constantly renewed since it is not spontaneous. These symbols also reflect the way in which memory is appropriated by the ruling elites and by the elite, the ruling party, to develop and consolidate a sense of national identity. In this way, the rescuing of 3rd of February, albeit in a symbolic way, becomes a place of memory. The statues and monuments to the heroes scattered throughout the country, the museums, the organization of celebrations around the icon of liberation, or the historiography reproduced in school textbooks reinforce this idea that memory must be preserved and perpetuated over the time to keep it alive. We must not lose sight of the assumption that historical narrative must be situated within a context and therefore cannot be used as a neutral instrument of interpretation. This is a question that we discussed along the last days. Built for specific purposes, it cannot be viewed independently, either from its narrator or from the circumstances that led to its production. Thus, the historian's objectivity becomes the subject of debate, where the non-innocence components of the document raises numerous methodological discussions. In his well-known text from 1974 on Musaigal African Past, Terence Granger addresses what was already seen as a sense of crisis in African historiography, bringing to debate the culture of golden age heroes and the discussions of a methodological nature, which from his point of view showed conceptual negligence. In the preface of his book, Peasant Consciousness and Guerrilla War in Zimbabwe, a comparative study from 1985, Granger took up some of the issues addressed in 1974, based on the reality of Zimbabwe, when he said that the history of nationalistic struggle in this country could not be restricted only to the nationalist guerrilla movements and their leaders or to Lancaster House, but that it was necessary to take into account that there was a broader struggle involving, among others, the process of civil disobedience and the struggle of peasants for land, a question that was mentioned here during the last days. The concerns presented by Granger were part of the formats that African historiography assumes in countries of later independences. In Mozambique, the process did not differ from the situations just mentioned. The country's independence in 1975 marked the beginning of a process of construction of heroic narratives through which the process of nation building was embodied. The narratives of the struggle for national liberation then gained enormous importance throughout this period, from the late 90s onwards, and particularly from 2000 onwards. We will find remarkable moments of remembering heroes, building monuments, and developing a growing market of biographies and autobiographies of former Frelimo guerrillas. The need for critical reading of the history of nationalism, and in particular the history of Frelimo, as in the classic text of Bragança and Deckelschan, The Portuguese version was from 86, but I think that the English version was before that date. Perhaps one of the first approaches to the national level on the issue of subjectivity, hagiography, and other problems of methodological nature. And as Ranger had already mentioned in 75 and 85, there was a neglect of conceptual issues. Subsequently, new critical readings on these subjects were developed, not being restricted to the historical narrative, but extended to the textual narrative. The biographical narratives that had an increasing number of authors after 2000 testify above all the parts of the struggle of the guerrillas who participated in Damat's struggle for national liberation and victories achieved by Frelimo, which leads to the need to return to a critical analysis about how the history of Mozambique and its anti-colonial resistance struggle was rebuilt after national independence based on the narratives of ex-guerrillas and centered in the history of Frelimo. Reading Amélia Neves Amélia, João Paulo Borges Coelho, and Paulo Israel show us that the political hegemony of Frelimo appropriated also in Thomas the nationalist narrative, and to quote Borges Coelho, as the construction of the past around the liberation struggle created unity among Mozambicans and laid to the foundations for the defeat of Portuguese colonialism, the armed struggle for national liberation provided the basis for the legitimacy of government policies after national independence. Authorized biographies, and particularly the set of autobiographies published in Mozambique, are seen as historical texts. Likewise, most literary texts of the book, The Terms of the Past, Colonial Wars and Liberation Struggle, mention that, and I quote in the free translation, when independence results from anti-colonial resistance, the designs of new beginnings are carried out in close relation to the legitimacy of those who made the war, end of quote. Assuming a critical assessment of the production of narratives that emerged from autobiographies authored by combatants of the national liberation struggle, Dutch and Edges recognize in these testimonies the establishment and confirmation of the foundational narrative of the Mozambican state. As we had observed from the narratives produced by our interviewees regarding memories on Eduardo Mondlane or the autobiographical narratives, in rescuing the past, and I quote Rita Chaves, also in the free translation, the tip of the present that insinuates itself and not infrequently determine the direction of the remnants. To finish, I would say that the questions that are posed today about the methodological challenges of biographical narrative are the result of a non-linear These are the cases of the importance of the relationship between memory, history, and identity, and the way in which belonging and memory are fundamental in the identity formation of groups and the establishment of a sense of coherence, allowing the regulation of their social behavior. We have only touched on some aspects related to the challenges and pitfalls that historical narrative puts in the intimate and common relationship that is established between history and memory, with emphasis on the impact of present in the search for past. Here, questions such as subjectivity and power arise, which permeates the way in which the centralization of the armed liberation struggle in the history of Frelimo incumbents justify the monopolization of the history of nationalism and anti-colonial resistance in Mozambique, and using Jacques Deberchan words reducing new silence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Teresa, also for making my job as timekeeper very easy. Finished a few minutes earlier. Yeah, so we have now our last panelist, Professor Verena Mcoelha, who is a philosopher, who works on Mozambique, and the president of the University Technical of Mozambique. He also doesn't actually need his introduction. Welcome. And the title of his presentation is Modernist Philosophies. You have 30 minutes. Can you help me with installation? Vai falar em português? Claro. Se eu falo em português, não deixa eu quero que eu fale.
For you to know.
Então, vamos é só parar ali, senão fazer frases juntos no privado. Senão vou contar o seu.
Pode fazer, se não.
Então, eu não tenho hábito de agradecer quando me convidam a estas coisas, porque obrigam-me a trabalhar.
Okay, he doesn't just thank you in spite of these things, he doesn't actually work.
Depois eu estou a chegar, antes de ontem, de uma viagem de um mês, tive que falar só italiano e francês, e vim meio doente, e porque quis apoiar um bocadinho a luta dos brasileiros contra o Bolsonaro, então decidimos juntar a eles neste encontro.
He's coming from a trip of a month in which he has to speak only in Italian and French, so he came to support the Brazilian crew and the struggle against Bolsonaro.
Na França, tive na Paris 8 encontros seguidos com uma jovem filósofa que é francesa de origem congolesa, e ela chama-se Yala e tem se preocupado muito em encontrar fontes africanas para a filosofia africana, não baseando-se simplesmente nas narrativas comuns que nós temos, mas a descoberta de fontes africanas.
He's engaged with a young philosopher, Congolese philosopher who works there, whose name is Yala, who's been trying to work with African sources, to work on African philosophy to evade the kind of Western sources and approach.
Quase como é evidente, ela utiliza muito os trabalhos do Mudimbe, a ideia da África e a invenção da África.
So she relies a lot on Mudimbe's work, the invention of Africa and the idea of Africa.
E refletindo um bocadinho para o encontro de hoje, eu decidi dar o título à minha apresentação, seguindo o seguinte título: Conflito de Bibliotecas.
Okay, so thinking about today's presentation, he decided to change its title to give us the title Conflict of Libraries.
Porque, como sabemos todos, Sabemos todos o que é uma biblioteca, como ela nasceu, e sabemos também que Mutimbe acaba de falar daquilo que ele chama biblioteca colonial.
So we all know what a library is and how a library is born, and that Mutimbe uses this concept of colonial library.
Que é a história das representações de dicionários, novas, filósofos coloniais sobre a África e a consequente invenção daquilo que entendemos como sendo a África hoje, né?
Yeah, which is the accumulation of missionary ethnographers' writings, etc., colonial factual writings on Africa, and this accumulation has led to kind of the image that we have of Africa.
Michel Foucault serve um bocadinho de abertura da roda para a compreensão e interpretação que ele faz, e eu pergunto-me se ele tivesse usado outro grande da desconstrução francesa, a fala de Derrida, se não teria descoberto não só a biblioteca colonial, mas uma outra biblioteca.
And so the question for Mutimbe, let's say the path breaker or the philosopher which offers entry point is Foucault, and so he's asking whether if Mutimbe had chosen another French deconstructive philosopher, that is Derrida, whether that would have led him to discover another library.
O que James Scott chama as infrapolíticas do subalterno.
And what James Scott calls the subaltern, I think it's subaltern, the
Infrapolitica, in between politics.
Yeah, I don't remember what the original English thing is, so yeah. Not the hidden scripts, eh?
É que eu tenho a percepção que se ele tivesse seguido a reconstrução que Derrida propõe, ele talvez tivesse descoberto uma livraria africana multimédia.
So had he followed the kind of deconstruction that Derrida proposed, he would have probably discovered a more multimedia African library.
Feita de sofrimento e de contos, feita uma discografia muito rica, que vai do blues, ao jazz, chega ao samba, mas também que com Dubois, e sobretudo com Alioune Diop, torna-se uma literatura, ciência política, filosofia. Eu vejo o livro do Marcinho dos Santos, todas as poesias dele foram traduzidas em primeiro lugar pela presença africana que Alioune Diop criou em Paris nos anos 50.
And so this would have been a library composed of many things, suffering and carols and music from blues to samba, as well as poetry. So you mentioned the open again, and the fact that International Santos poetry was translated published and translated first into the Sanskrit.
O que é muito interessante é que a primeira bibliografia africana produzida foram biografias ou autobiografias.
So what's interesting is that the first African bibliography produced were biographies or autobiographies.
Washington, porque é Washington, Dubois, e agora, curiosamente, quando eu ia para a Europa, entrei no avião e estava a ver um filme, está sendo projetado um filme sobre a Henrietta Tubman. E cheguei em Paris, comprei o livro sobre a biografia de Tubman. Eram muitas vezes os que lutavam contra a escravatura que produziam biografias de ex-escravos ou ex-pastores e começaram a criar a base da primeira biografia no mundo americano.
Yeah, so he mentioned Washington, Dubois, and he just watched a film on the plane on Tubman, and he mentioned that so there was a production of biographies of slaves.
Muito antes da Black Renaissance, com a sua poesia, a negritude com a sua poesia, e depois toda a reflexão mais teórica que vem durante o período de transição para as independências depois.
Yeah, well before the Black Renaissance and negritude in their poetry, there was this kind of.
Há uma curiosidade que vou voltar a ela no fim, eu vou ser breve, é que desde há 20 anos desta parte, em Moçambique, biografias renasceram com um contorno completamente diferente. Elas vão da biografia que como fez de Simango, passando por Oscar Monteiro, Sérgio Vieira, Cabasso, Adelino Timóteo. Nós estamos a voltar parece lá onde tinha iniciado esta aventura escritural dos povos ou africanos ou sobre-africanos.
So in the last 20 years, there's been a renaissance of biography in Mozambique, from Luis Mangos, Timóteo, Sérgio Vieira, Monteiro, etc. So it seems like a circular movement of coming back to this kind of earlier biographical moment.
As autobiografias têm pouco interesse, porque é a autoexaltação dos indivíduos. Eu sou isto, eu fiz aqui, tem pouco interesse. As biografias só têm interesse se, para além do indivíduo, eles falam daquilo que o indivíduo fez a partir do individual populativo. Senão, também tem muito pouco interesse.
So autobiographies often aren't interesting because they're just auto-exaltation of individual ideas and identity, and biographies themselves are interesting insofar as they exceed the individual frame.
Parece que na Itália do século XVI, mercante veneciano decidiu que havia muita gente que morria e que a vida deles se perdia. Então começou a pagar para que os indivíduos ilustres deixassem escritos suas vidas ou alguém escrevesse a vida por eles. E há napolitano chamado Giovanni Battista Vico que escreveu um livro que ficou protótipo daquilo que tinha que ser uma biografia, que devia constar numa biografia. Né?
So in 16th century, there was a Venetian merchant who, beginning to have the feeling of this kind of loss of memory, started to pay people to write his biographies. And then there was the famous Neapolitan Rico, who wrote a book of which was offered a prototype of how these kinds of biographies should have been written.
Eu escrevi 2 vezes livros sobre autores ou sobre personalidades, mas não foi o caminho de Vico que eu segui. Escrevi trabalho sobre Samora Machel e escrevi trabalho pequenino sobre Eduardo Mondlane.
So he wrote 2 biographies, but in both of them, neither he followed the model that people suggested. And those were biographies of works of Samora Machel and a short work on Eduardo.
Sobre Machel, o modelo que eu usei foi de Voltaire.
So for Machel's work, he used Voltaire's model.
O que aconteceu? Voltaire vivia num sistema onde governava Luís XVI, que era um terror enorme para os académicos e intelectuais, e então Voltaire, para poder falar mal de Luís XVI, escreveu livro sobre Luís XIV que ele não gostava.
So Voltaire lived under Louis XVI, which was a kind of a reign of terror, and since he couldn't say anything explicit on Louis XVI, he wrote on Louis XIV.
Aliás, o livro chama-se O Século de Louis XIV. O século de Louis XIV.
The Century of Louis XIV.
Louis XIV, como sabe, o Rei Sol. Quem gosta dos monarcas gosta dele, mas pessoas como eu que não gostam de monarquias, não é o tipo de pessoas que eu prefiro. Mas enfim, Voltaire também não gostava dele, mas exaltou, mas era uma crítica indireta a Louis XVI.
So, I wasn't sure King's son was the king. And it's having a presentation of to kind of counter Louis XVI. And I mean, Louis XIV, but he doesn't make things another way.
Em Moçambique começou processo muito curioso. Em todos os chapas, em todos os meios de comunicação, nos jornais, nas canções, até nos raps, começou-se a exaltar Samora Machel.
So in Mozambique, there is interesting process in the public transport, in music, in the cars, in public. There is an exaltation of Samora Machel.
Samora Machel não foi santo. não foi totalmente pecador, mas a exaltação que se fazia dele tinha alguma coisa paradoxal.
So he wasn't a saint, he wasn't a sinner, but his exaltation was something paradoxical.
E me parecia que, mais do que exaltar Samora Machel, se estava a criticar o poder do dia. Como Voltaire não conseguia criticar Luís XVI, usava Luís XIV, o que estávamos a fazer não era exaltar Samora Machel, era criticar o poder do dia, o que não podíamos fazê-lo diretamente.
So in the same way, Luís Voltaire used exalted Louis XIV to critique Luís XVI. The impression is that this current exaltation of Samora Machel is not really for himself, but it's like more to critique the current power.
Eu tentei fazer um esforço, não sei se consegui nesse livro, não exaltei a nenhum momento Machel, não critiquei a nenhum momento. E fiz referência ao conceito egípcio de Mahat, que é aquele espécie de juiz supremo muito leve que diz: pesem-se comigo para ver se são mais ligeiros do que eu e assim podem julgar se vocês são justos ou não. Eu convidava cada um de nós a confrontar-se diretamente com Samora Machel, pesar-se na balança com ele para ver quem era mais ligeiro. Será o indivíduo que julgava ou Samora Machel?
So in the book, he didn't critique Samora Machel, he didn't exalt Samora Machel, but he adhered to the Egyptian concept of Mahat, which is basically the person criticizing must weigh themselves against the person they're writing about to see, who is heavier and who is lighter. And so in a way, don't size it.
Eu passo a Eduardo Mondlane, escrevi sobre Eduardo Mondlane, não me interessa Mondlane onde nasceu, onde cresceu, que religião pertenceu, o que estudou, com quem casou, com quem divorciou, com quem foi à cama, não sei, isso não me interessa absolutamente nada.
So in the book about Mondlane, he's uninterested about biographical detail about Mondlane, where he was born, where he studied, where he lived, his lives with, etc., etc.
A única questão que me interessa é se há em Mondlane respostas a certos questionamentos atuais que nos podem levar a um futuro diferente do presente que vivemos.
So the only thing that interests him in Mondlane is whether there is an answer to the positive answer to face today's problem for a better future.
E me pareceu que questões ligadas à moral política, à postura de envolvimento, à maneira de pensar ou viver juntos, a postura democrática que ele apresentou, fossem razões suficientes para convocá-lo para um debate moçambicano em termos de futuro.
So it seemed to him that in the matter of at least some points, but democratic involvement of living together. Desculpa, perdi alguns pontos da sua lista, mas acho que é importante. Pode repetir?
Eu já não me recordo.
So there is something worth to recover in Mondlane. Alguém pode imaginar que democratic posture, living together, moral política, moral.
E me parece que este é o único interesse que têm quer as biografias, quer as auto. Parece que este é o único interesse que têm quer as biografias, quer a autobiografia. Proporcionarmos a fazer tesouro, isso é uma expressão italiana, aproveitar do que aconteceu no passado para nos projetarmos em direção ao futuro.
So it seems to him that this is the only thing that matters about a biography or an autobiography is to actually learn something in order to face the.
Eu vou terminar com isto. A minha acaba sendo mais longa porque a tradução. Eu disse que ia falar de conflitos de bibliotecas. Me parece que Moçambique vive hoje conflito de biografia.
So he said at the beginning that he would speak about a conflict of libraries. It seems to him that Mozambique is living today a conflict of biographies.
Aproveitando o que Lívio estava a dizer há pouco tempo atrás, a necessidade de reabilitação daqueles que por razões ideológicas foram desconfessados, a primeira grande biografia moçambicana de Simão.
So, kind of building on this necessity of rehabilitating the dissidents, those who were kind of marginalized, the first important biography was Simão.
Encontro com Adriano Timóteo, que é jornalista, escritor, que muitos conhecem, e ele tinha, enfim, na conversa ele diz-me assim, o meu pai foi também assassinado com Simão e outro, eu fui a Portugal, a Pide, a Torre, como se chama, a Torre do Tombo, para ver se encontrava notícias sobre o meu pai. Cada coisa que eu abria, só ouvia falar de Simão. Abandonei meu pai, também fiz uma biografia sobre Simão.
So Timoteo, who is the author of the second biography of Simão that appeared, as they were talking, chatting, he told them this anecdote. And so the anecdote is that his father was as well murdered, the father of his author, and so he went to the archives of the Portuguese secret police in Lisbon looking for information on his father, and all he found was Simango. So he decided to change the theme of the book from, instead of working about his father, working about Simango.
Há segundo nível de biografia que é pouco apologética. Sérgio Vieira, Oscar Monteiros escrevem uma série de biografias, algumas muito, Sérgio Vieira, muito eu, né? Algumas com um pouco mais de reserva, participei por esse testemunho, um bocadinho mais equilibrada, mas todas elas têm em comum esta reivindicação das razões que levaram à luta e até de ideologia que foi escolhida para o tempo que nós vivemos, desde 62 até o fim da década de 80.
So there are other biographies who are more kind of self-justificatory, Sérgio Vieiras, for instance, which are kind of ego-centered, some more, some less, but which try to justify the political trajectory.
Há uma mais interessante para mim, porque mais interrogativa, é de Cabasso. O livro de Cabasso é exatamente exame de consciência crítica sobre a mudança de política que se operou dentro do Moçambique e dentro do Partido Diferente.
So there is one who is Cabasso's biography book that is more interesting because it interrogates critically a series of political changes within
O livro de Cabasso mostra a dificuldade das escolhas que foram operadas na altura, o sentido de derrota de uma ideologia que se vivia, mas a ruptura que se produziu no interior do próprio partido, onde ele completamente é expulso, marginalizado. Ele está a falar no Comitê Central, ele abre a boca, depois de 30 segundos mandam calar, porque não há tempo, mas a pessoa que chega conta anedotas durante 1 hora e deixam falar. E ele diz que ele percebeu naquela altura que ele estava fora de jogo.
So in this book there is a sense of the ruptures in the political trajectory, also of the defeats, a sense of defeat of the political option that was chosen, until the author describes his own marginalization from the political process, where he sort of observed that he wasn't given time to speak, and then other people would be given hours to speak, and so it was slowly sidelined.
Eu quero terminar dizendo que eu penso que o livro devia fazer atenção a trabalho feito por Ronguane. Silvério Ronguane é conhecido por nós como político, mas fez uma tese em Braga sobre Eduardo Mondlane, muito documentada, e com posições A primeira parte, ele opõe a filosofia, o pragmatismo americano, a filosofia tradicional europeia, etc. Isso não tem interesse nenhum. Mas a segunda parte, onde ele trabalha sobre Mondlane, ele foi às fontes, ele traz uma bibliografia que me parece que vale a pena ser vista, consultada e valorizada.
So it's advising Libya to have a look at we should look at this work of Sultan Mondlane, was a politician, also wrote a PhD on Mondlane, and even though the beginning of the work is more conceptual and less interesting insofar as it deals with...
Eu já disse isso ao livro, são anos que tento educá-lo, não estou conseguindo, eu já disse para ele.
E não está sendo educado para a educação. So, and the second part of this thesis is a very productive engagement with the philosophy of Mondlane.
Eu quero terminar, agora mesmo que termine, dizendo isto, é que a gente descobre que Mondlane foi ocultado, que foi escondido, que não foi desvelado como devia. A nossa geração conhece muito mais a Amílcar Cabral do que Eduardo Mondlane. E quando a gente vai comparar, dá-se conta que há muito mais produção literária ligada a Mondlane do que a Amílcar Cabral. Nós conhecemos o discurso de Samora Machel. Nós não conhecemos nada mais, nada menos que o filho do chefe, lá escrito com André Claire, o suíço, e nada mais que lutar por Moçambique. E tudo aquilo que foram discursos primeiro religiosos, depois políticos. Sobretudo o documento, o famoso artigo sobre Wilson, em que ele claramente manifesta o seu posicionamento em relação à política, democracia, republicanismo e federalismo foi completamente escondido, e a minha hipótese é porque não correspondia à política que foi metida em pé desde a morte de Simão até então. O que leva a uma questão curiosa.
So what he's saying is that, in conclusion, his impression is that the biography of Mondlane has been obscured, that his generation knows more about Cabral than Mondlane, and there are basically the two books of Mondlane, especially from the struggle for Mozambique, which are well known, but all the rest of his production is religious and political speeches, as well as the article Wilson, in which he expounds his political philosophy, are not well known. And that his impression is that this has to do with the fact that Mondlane's ideas were not consonant with the political trajectory that Frelimo, the country, took. I mean, Frelimo took after the crisis of 69 and the expulsion of 69.
Simão, ao final de contas, parece que estava mais próximo de Mondlane do quanto resulta daquilo que foi o raciocínio histórico, e a figura de Marcinho dos Santos está em frente, parece uma figura paradigmática no conflito que se produziu na Frelimo. Mas vamos contar, e é assim que vou terminar, uma coisa simples.
So it seems like Simango and Mondlane, in fact, were closer than it has been made. And that Marcelino is in some way a paradigmatic figure within his whole history, and he's got an anecdote about that.
Não vou aprofundar isto, mas chegou um jornalista que trabalha em Roma, na Rádio Vaticano, de Guiné-Bissau, e muito atenta com a NCP, Firmen Lopes, somos muito amigos. E tudo o que ele queria que fôssemos visitar Marcinho dos Santos. Estava nos últimos dias da vida dele, estava cansado, então telefona a Jaime Santos, é o sobrinho dele, e marcamos um encontro e fomos ter com Marcinho dos Santos. Já ali muito debilitado.
There was a journalist that met in Rome, the native Vaticano, this journalist from the south. He just wanted to meet Marcinho dos Santos. It was the last days of his life. He was really sick, and so but they managed to, through his son, to set up an appointment.
Mas alguém que não percebe português aqui?
Yes,
Sim.
Nós temos curso de alfabetização. Então, isto é brincadeira. Eu só queria dizer que eu cometo a asneira de perguntar assim, mas tu estavas mais próximo de Eduardo Mondlane ou da Amílcar Cabral?
So he asked to Marcelino, were you closer to Mondlane or to Cabral?
Marcelino, que não tinha respondido a nenhuma das nossas conversas, quase levantou-se e diz assim: os nossos ideais eram muito mais importantes que as ideias de um ou do outro.
Okay, so Marcelino hadn't answered almost anything, and then when he heard this question, he jumped up and he said, "Our ideals were way more important than either of these people."
Isso permitiu a OLCP, que Marcelino foi presidente. Isso permitiu. E permitiu isso, e talvez é aquilo que nos falta mais, quer a nós moçambicanos, quer aos brasileiros, já comecei a falar de Lula, ter ideais que vão muito para além da ideia das partes, para podermos ter uma linha aqui de condução das nossas vidas, dos nossos pensamentos. Obrigado.
So this allowed Marcelino to be president of this ONCP, but also kind of stuck the country in a place where the transnational
more important than the ideas of one
or yeah. So to have ideas that go beyond kind of being one part or the other. Right.
Traduz as pontos.
Okay, obrigado a todos. Thank you very much. And now we have time for questions. Livio, how much time do we have? Half an hour?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna take the first round of questions. Yeah. You can ask. You can ask to English, Portuguese, whatever. No questions? Yeah, leave it.
I'm troubled I'm excited and troubled in the meantime. There has been a process of monumentalization, like the French would say, of many things, but including Mondlane. His biography has not yet been turned into a commodity, as we heard this morning of Mandela. We haven't got any Mondlane tea or coffee or t-shirts, surprising. There are capulanas on Mondlane, very few. There are many more capulanas on the leaders.
Bandas desenhadas, não sei como se
Yeah, yes, common scripts. But how to undo is a bit of a rhetorical question of the project to the moon. How to undo the present monumentalization of Mondlane, which is very poor monumentalization when compared to other leaders in this part of Africa. Just look at the Museo de Revolução, and it's very poor. So, how to undo this monumentalization without throwing the baby into the bathwater? Because monumentalization has kept memory of Mondlane. It would have been lost otherwise. I'm in big trouble because it's good to undo any geography and set of statues. I hate statues. Because statues are much more difficult to cope with than biographies. Because statues are made of marbles, are big, Korean style, and all over Africa. From Dakar, also in Dakar, everything is made, but that has kept the memories. There is a thing that connects the present to the past. And that process of monumentalization has been instrumental to that. I don't know, do we have to destroy all that monumentalization, which is ferocious, it's tragic. It's a tragedy within the tragedy of Mondlane's life. Or you see what I mean? Or what can we say that we should preserve that monumentalization? What should we subvert? I'm learning things about that geography.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Zoom. I just wonder, while you were speaking, it just made me think of something very sad. That I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, a statue of Mondlane was thrown down and burned in the village of Bomba in Ueda while a militiaman was invaded by the insurgents. So there's also that destroyed statue that was only just carved in wood, like yeah. So anyhow, that's another story, but this is also this. Roger, podemos iniciar o Zoom? Yeah.
Sim, muito boa tarde, não sei se posso intervir.
Pode, por favor.
Muito obrigado. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de agradecer pela oportunidade. O meu nome é Roger, sou moçambicano, aqui na Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, sou geógrafo. Queria parabenizar pela organização, mas também pelas apresentações que foram aqui feitas. E vou direto à questão que gostaria de colocar. Tem muito a ver com a linha de argumentação apresentada pelo professor Elísio Macamo, que eu acho muito interessante, porque ajuda, de certa forma, a fazer uma reflexão, como moçambicano tenho feito, né, que se eu tivesse nascido em 1930 ou 40, ou antes ou mais ou menos disso, e não em 1985, como eu nasci, o que teria sido a minha vida, né? Para quem nasceu em 40, 30, 45? Provavelmente como uma parte dos jovens moçambicanos e outros africanos, abraçar a causa da luta teria sido a opção. Pelas circunstâncias, né, como terei percebido, pelas circunstâncias fazia sentido, se calhar até, né, abraçar o marxismo e as outras ideologias que afins faria mais sentido, mas o problema que eu vejo aqui, que está a minha questão, é isso significa então que os nossos libertadores, os nossos heróis, não tendo muito por onde escolher, fazendo o que era percebido como certo, não se tornaram libertadores ou heróis por força, não diria que por questões, por falta de convicção ou por mais convicção, mas talvez mais forçado pelas circunstâncias. De tal modo que chegamos à situação de se tornarem vilões, mas também a vilania que eles cometem também mais pelas forças das circunstâncias do que necessariamente pelas convicções também alimentadas, mais ou menos, pelas circunstâncias, do que, e não necessariamente por este... não sei, então fica aqui esta questão. Como é que nós ficamos? Exaltamos os heróis ou ficamos com uma situação de que, olha, eles fizeram apenas o seu dever, tal como havia necessidade de purificar fileiras ou defender um ideal ou construir uma nação, que era preciso fazer, e aí outros como Cavandano outros foram eliminados, mas pelas forças das circunstâncias, não necessariamente por escolha. Então, é aqui que está a minha questão, professor Elísio. Exaltamos os nossos libertadores, heróis, ou simplesmente entendemos que não fizeram mais do que o seu dever pelas circunstâncias, e daí justificamos também que a vilania que foi cometida também foi dentro das circunstâncias, então não há responsabilidades aqui. É esta questão que eu queria colocar para o professor Elísio. Muito obrigado pela oportunidade.
Okay, so if I can sum up the question for the Anglophones, the question was posed to the whole panel. Do we... No, to Elísio. To Elísio, mas depois isso não se vira. Então, vamos... Não. Não? Ok, Elísio, então. Do we... Mas I think it's interesting to answer. Do we exalt our heroes, or do we just understand them as the product of their circumstances, meaning that their crimes also then are discounted as the product of circumstances, of the historical circumstances? Yeah, sorry. Is there any other question from the floor? I can throw in one to make a third. I also have one to Elísio, but I think it can also be for the entire panel. I just wanted to pick up, Elísio, you said that our liberators believed in a just society. And I mean, I take it for, for a number of people. Dranes, Almora, there was an earnest belief in Marxism, liberation ideologies as, something that was real. But then if you look at the kind of capitalistic exploitation of today, so the people who at the time defended Marxism, Leninism, and today are extractive group is, or I don't want to do names, but those kind of extreme capitalists. I mean, can we? So it's a trajectory of people who got lost along the way, or I mean, we don't want to fall into the Cayenne. Everything was instrumentalist, but was it instrumental in certain cases? Maybe there were cases in which it was. Maybe I don't know. It's a question I'm asking. So I think we can give the time to the panelists to respond, and then if people have other questions, we can take another round of questions.
Can I just add a sentence? I went through the Gini indexes just to support your statement. The Gini indexes of former socialist economists, Nicaragua, Angola, Mozambique, they had rocketed. That is to say, inequality in these countries, in countries that had a flattened economy, with certain forced quality top-down imposed on quite equal, and have become very unequal, very rapidly. This applies to all countries in the world that are former socialist, with the exception of Vietnam.
Thank you. So let's follow the order of presentation. Eliseo.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And are you there? Okay.
Yes.
To Rogers. I think Rogers needs to make a distinction between scholars and private individuals. I think as a private individual, I have the right to celebrate these people, and I do. I admire them very much for what they did, and I don't know if I would have had their courage at the time to leave everything and go and fight for an idea. I don't know that, so I admire those people for that. But as a scholar, I need to understand the context within which they became who they were, but also the decisions which they made, and the context within which they made those decisions. And so what I'm trying to do is really to find something that can explain the kinds of problems we're having today. And my hypothesis is that there's something about this option for governing instead of deliberating. And I think the option for governing, which a commitment to Marxism made much more coherent. And that's also why I don't think that we need to be cynical about their commitment to Marxism. So I think that option is probably one of the reasons why we ended up where we are. And interestingly, it's the same problem, it's the same decision that we need to take today, and we are not taking. We are still committing ourselves to governing and not to creating room for people to talk about what kind of country they want to have. And I think what makes that worse is the general international context, where we are having more and more of those people. I mean, what's happened in Brazil over the past 4 years, or what happened in the US and what's happening in Russia, is a reminder of how problematic the situation is. And I know there are a lot of people who belong to our political elites who are very strong supporters of Putin. And I think they support him not because of Western arrogance. It's because of their commitment to political society. So I think we need to make that distinction. Now, as for the second question, Paulo, I don't think that there is an inherent contradiction between committing yourself to social justice and being a capitalist or doing things that are predatory in nature, because you can always find ways of accommodating whatever you do to whatever moral commitment you have. I mean, you know that people who are religious have been responsible for despicable crimes, and I don't think that undermines their religiosity. It simply tells us something about how we try to make sense. I mean, how we justify our actions and how we act. And of course, in the particular case of Frelimo and of Mozambique, I think we also need to pay attention to the fact that the people who are most visible in terms of their reorientation towards capitalism are not the ones who were strongly committed or who really understood what they were talking about when they talked about Marxism. It's completely different people. The people who were talking about Marxism with a lot of conviction are not very much into the kinds of things that we see today. And I'm not saying that they are better people because of that. All I'm saying is that maybe we need more information about who exactly is doing what and with what justification, so that we can be able to understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Para mim.
Ok.
Já que o Severino falou em português, vou perder esta oportunidade. Muito obrigada. A questão que o livro colocou leva-me a outro ponto, que estemos ao mão de estátuas, estemos ao mão de celebrações e de monumentos, é importante pensarmos que as memórias das histórias dos países têm que ser preservadas e não é possível preservar essas memórias se nós ignorarmos também as estátuas. Agora, o problema é quem é que é?
Whether we like statues or not, whether we approve statues or monuments or not, we need to preserve memory. So we need to, and that includes also monuments in a way. Now the problem is that
o problema é quem é herói, não é? Isso é que traz a diferença. Quem é herói, quais são as características de um herói, quem é que pode ter uma estátua? Será que o André Massangariça pode ter uma estátua? Será que o presidente da Renan pode ter uma estátua? Então, isso é que leva a outro tipo de discussão.
Será que a estátua fica ou anda com uma grande... So the problem is who counts as a hero if we consider Andrés Massangariça the first period of the hero, the current leader a hero, to deserve a statue or not.
A questão é saber quem são as pessoas que foram eleitas, entre aspas, como heróis. Se nós formos à Praça dos Heróis aqui em Maputo, quem é que não é da luta armada de libertação nacional, além de Graveirinha, Isabel, que está lá? Ninguém. Então, aqui, assim, são duas pessoas. Aqui nós voltamos à discussão que nós temos vindo a fazer ao longo destes dias todos.
So the issue we go for is the Euro Square here in Puto, that star-shaped monument on which there all the heroes there, but two are liberation struggle fighters, and Caverina the boy is one.
Chama-me Justiça, não sei se era. Maestra, fez o hino nacional.
Musician, yes.
Eu não tenho nenhuma dúvida que os chamados libertadores da pátria, não é? Quando lutaram pela independência nacional, no projeto deles se pensava em justiça social. Vamos para a história zero de pós-independência.
So she's no doubt that we were struggling for freedom, for independence, we're at the project of social justice at that time.
Os programas que haviam nessa altura estavam preocupados com saúde para todos, educação para todos, etc, etc. Hoje nós questionamos, não é? Que como é que nós, numa universidade, que em princípio deve ser a produtora de conhecimentos, vamos produzir conhecimento se não temos condições para fazer pesquisa, salários mal pagos, etc, etc.
So at the time, at the heart of those programs was health for everybody, education for everybody. But today we're at a point where the university, which should be devoted to research, the question is, how can we do that? If there is no funding, the salaries are low, and there are conditions to carry out.
Portanto, quando nós discutimos a justiça social, depende de quando estamos a falar, não é? Se havia, se há e se haverá. Obrigada.
So when we speak about just the issues of what period are we talking about, whether there was, there is, or there will be.
Eu queria dizer, começar com o Lívio. Há duas maneiras para mim de esconder uma realidade histórica. Não falar dela ou elevá-la à dimensão do elemento. Exatamente o que fizemos com o Eduardo Mondlane. Nós, de um lado, escondemos em prateleiras fechadas tudo que tinha sido o seu pensamento, e, por outro lado, exaltamos nome de escolas, de universidades, de escolas, mas, no fundo, conseguiu-se uma boa coisa é não confrontar-se com o pensamento que ele produziu. E eu penso que isto, historicamente, é uma constante.
So there are two ways of hiding something, someone. The one way is to kind of push away, hide a person's thoughts and writings, and the other way is to monumentalize. And basically, this is what was done with Mondlane. So on the one hand, or at the same time, his works were put in the drawers, not read, discussed, and on the other hand, he was monumentalized in a shallow way, so named given to schools and studied.
Há um jovem, Eduardo Mondlane, que disse que nasceu em 85, foi isso, né? Eu nem sabia que em 85 nasceram pessoas ainda. E isso foi o maior erro de Samora Machel. Em 75 éramos 8 milhões. Se tivéssemos fechado a fábrica, não queremos mais ninguém. Hoje chegamos ricos nós, né? Mas nasceram vocês, são uma complicação, né? Isso é brincadeira. Isso é, evidentemente, percebe que é uma brincadeira, né?
So to say people multiply, não entendi isso.
Não, mas não precisa traduzir, sério.
There's one too many people.
Há 2 semanas atrás, houve uma conferência de jovens lusófonos. Nós estamos a tentar criar um mestrado de filosofia, um pouco na linha do MCP dos 5 países. E Pedro Pires, que é o presidente da Fundação Amílcar Cabral, criticado por jovens, ficou um bocadinho calado, depois diz assim: nós lutamos pela independência com tudo que tínhamos.
So there was a conference of philosophers of Lusophone countries, and the president of the Libertação Foundation was criticized by young people, and he responded by saying, "We struggle with everything, with all means we had. Struggle with all means we had."
E vos demos a independência numa bandeja. O que é que vocês fizeram com ela?
And we gave you independence on a tray. What did you do with it?
Isso é a expressão de Francis Fanon famosa, cada geração tem uma missão realizada ou traída.
Francis Fanon's famous expression, each generation has a mission and then they can either realize it or be brave.
Eu não ouvi toda a conferência do Elísio, mas pela pergunta que foi feita, porque entendi, eu queria rebater, queria reapoiar dizendo o seguinte: quando a gente olha em retrospectiva o que era Moçambique e a África na década de 50, 60, é que qualquer indivíduo que tivesse uma cultura mínima não tinha outra escolha, com as independências da África toda, desde o 5º Congresso de Manchester, 45, que aderir à luta de libertação. Aquela coisa que foi quase uma escolha obrigatória.
So he didn't hear the whole of Elise's conference, but I mean, what he heard, he wanted to add that, you know, whoever grew up in the 50s in Africa, with the kind of wave of independences, etc., whoever had a minimum level of education was almost an obliged choice to adhere to the.
Não vou ser longo, mas faço muito a questão de dizer 2 ou 3 pequenas coisas muito sucintas. A primeira é que a escolha hoje é tão necessária como ontem, mas muito mais complicada.
So the first is going to say 2 or 3 things. The first is that to make a choice today is as necessary as it was then, but it's much more complex.
Mas nenhum jovem pode fugir-se com o rabo na seringa e não prender as suas próprias responsabilidades, limitando-se a olhar o que os outros fizeram ou que não fizeram, ou até que fazem.
But no youth today can kind of put the tail under, you see, the tail between the legs and hide behind the tail.
Can withdraw his buttocks from the syringe. That's it.
Get off the head.
And not do anything. And just create what people in the past have done or not done.
Vou terminar associando tudo isto, voltando à pergunta do Lívio. Quando George Floyd foi morto, em todas as cidades, grandes cidades do mundo, começaram-se a destruir estátuas. Não só deste ou daquele grande não sei o quê. Vocês em São Paulo têm aquela universidade, como se chama, aquela que está fora de São Paulo.
Está no Monumento dos Bandeirantes.
Não, tem a Unicamp, que era propriedade do maior esclavagista e que foi o último a libertar os escravos no Brasil. E é o lugar de aprendizagem. A maior universidade da América Latina, hoje uma das maiores. Né? Mas o meu ponto é o seguinte.
So when George Floyd died, there was a worldwide movement of throwing down statues there.
Eu não estou muito preocupado com as estátuas do ontem, mas aquelas que estão em construção. É sobre estas que nós temos de estar atentos e temos de ser constantemente vigilantes, para que elas correspondam àquilo que são os nossos anseios em termos de futuro, não a exaltação de indivíduos, grupos ou ideologias.
So he's not that much worried with the statues of the past, but with the statues that are being built in the present.
Yes.
Yeah. Going to shape our future. Oh, yeah, Sam. Então vamos para a segunda volta de perguntas. De facto, o nosso tempo esgotou, mas...
Esgotou, para
Temos que se mantém não pode participar, tem mais 10, 15 minutos.
Ok, não vamos silenciar o Zampa.
Fazer depoimento.
Ok, não há depoimento de Zampa.
Tereza, não é só quem vira herói tem estátua, mas onde tem estátua. Lembremos o caso do Cunha. Severino, você pensou, ou é impossível pensar, que a resposta que o Marcelino deu era que nenhum dos dois era suficientemente marxista como ele?
Boa. Não pensei, não.
Tem pergunta, podemos... You translate this is... Oh, jeez, I forgot. So, what was the second question? The second question was about Marcelino's answer, and Zampa asked whether the answer meant that none of the two was as Marxist
as good a Marxist
as he was. Desculpa, primeira pergunta, mas deixa aí.
Primeira pergunta foi uma observação que a Teresa falou. Não é só quem recebe estátuas, heróis que recebem estátuas, mas onde os heróis recebem estátuas.
It's also where the statues are built.
E aí eu o exemplo do Guiana. Não há nenhum monumento do Guiana na cidade de Luís Parques.
So there is no
Luís Parques.
Okay, let's have a look at the chat. Should I read them aloud or yeah, let me read them aloud. So to Macamo, let's start with the first question from your presentation. It seems that the turning of the national heritage to Finland was already determined from their own experience within the colonial structure. However, this is Alba who asks, not all the Mozambican nationalists responded to a colonial past the same way. Not all of them envisioned the same kind of nation in terms of borders, social structures, political structure. Neither all of them depended on picking up arms as a legitimate way to fight for independence. It seems to me that there were many other ideas of what a post-colonial Africa could look like, but we tend to talk just about one of them, the one envisioned by the liberators, armed struggle, Marxism, one nation state. And also, to what extent was not the fact that the specific groups of anti-colonial actors, liberators, decided to take up arms, accepting the use of violence and abandoning non-violent action, the factor which actually determined their turning into villains. So it's their relationship with violence in the current state of the situation. At the end, they implemented a very particular way of governing that they had previously learned during the context of war in colonial times, vertical power, murders, campus de trabalho, etc. It would be great to hear your ideas. Thank you very much. So, is there any last, thank you, Alba, for this question. Is there any last question, burning question? No, okay, so let's give the presenters. Sim. Ok, então podemos misturar a ordem. Yeah.
O Zama fez um comentário usando um exemplo que leva a outra discussão. Porque é que não há estátua do Gungunhana? Gungunhana não é herói em teto, por exemplo. Não é? É aqui. Sim. Então, não se pode discutir a questão de heróis sem tomar em consideração, por isso eu disse, vamos fazer a história, não é? Sem tomar em consideração a história do momento que ele viveu, o que ele fez. O Gungunhana era um guerreiro, aliás, não um guerrilheiro, não é? E, portanto, a história dele depende do local, do país onde tu estás. Se ele era um déspota, ou se para alguns foi transformado em herói. Era só um pequeno.
So the answer to Sampa's question about Gungunhana was that, for instance, he's not a hero in Tete or in other parts of the country, so it also depends. One is to sort of localize the history of a person, and it has different meanings in different places. To summarize very quickly. Elísio, queres responder à pergunta da Alba? Não sei se tiveste outra para ti. Tens lá também na chat a pergunta.
Sim, posso tentar. Já que está toda a gente a falar em português, não sei por que tenho que insistir aqui em inglês. Então,
eu estava à espera de te ouvir a falar xangana, não essa coisa de inglês aí.
Vais traduzir, Severino? Mas olha, então, é o seguinte, eu acho que a pergunta do Alba faz todo o sentido. O que eu estou a tentar destacar é o que une toda essa gente. E o que une toda essa gente é algo que está na própria história colonial. Porque há uma observação empírica que a gente pode fazer, que é a de que, apesar de opções diferentes, opções ideológicas diferentes, a morfologia do poder em África foi basicamente idêntica. Portanto, uma morfologia baseada na sociedade política. Portanto, no governo e não na liberação. na deliberação. Independentemente da opção pelo marxismo ou da opção por um socialismo africano, uma ideia política africana ou mesmo a democracia liberal. Todos eles privilegiaram este governo de gente. E é isso que me interessa refletir, perceber melhor o que é que isso colocou como desafio para as pessoas que lutaram pela liberdade. E isso é muito complicado, mas eu penso, não sei, a minha impressão, o meu palpite é que nós precisamos de uma resposta para isso, para podermos construir uma sociologia política que nos permita entender os desafios de hoje. E nós não temos essa sociologia política, nós temos uma sociologia política mimética, e que por causa disso não nos ajuda a entender os desafios dos nossos países. Nós estamos sempre a reciclar um vocabulário conceitual que serve para descrever outro tipo de desafios históricos. Nós ainda não temos uma descrição do desafio histórico que o colonialismo nos colocou, que nos permita fazer esse trabalho. Então, é um pouco isso, e é por isso que eu disse também na apresentação que o fato de eu, por exemplo, dizer que nós precisamos de reabilitar certas pessoas não significa necessariamente que eu tenha a impressão de que essas pessoas tenham tido um melhor projeto político, porque eu acho que eles também estavam vulneráveis, estavam sujeitos, digamos assim, tanto a esse defeito estrutural do colonialismo que eu tentei abordar sem realmente dar muitos detalhes. É um trabalho ainda que tem que ser feito. Obrigado.
Okay, so to translate briefly, it was very important actually. Is that in fact he wants to highlight the fact that I mean the whole of Africa comes from the same colonial history, and that's a very strong empirical factor that affected it. And so even though different countries or people took different ideological options, Marxism, Leninism, socialism, democracy, what the morphology of colonial power was the same. And so that this morphology of colonial power structured the way in which that power was applied in the post-independence period, and also affected the way in which people struggled for freedom in Mozambique. And so what we need, according to Elisio, is a political sociology which understands the morphology of colonial power, and the impression is that we have a political sociology that is recycled, and that does not allow us to describe this morphology of colonial political power and to chart a path forward. And this is a structural defect both of the type we live in and of the political sociology and of the sociology we are practicing. Obrigado, Início. Não, já está. Obrigado. So we'll go for tea now.
Yeah, we have our last coffee break here, and then we come for a roundup and the book launch. It's going to be a small.